In the frost-laden halls of Cainhurst Castle, beneath chandeliers heavy with centuries of wax and silence, a noblewoman was born who would one day become the most haunting figure in the long and sorrowful history of the healing church. Lady Maria of the Astral Clocktower began her life not as a saint, but as a contradiction. She was a descendant of the Vilebloods, those vampiric nobles who revelled in forbidden communion with the old blood. Yet even from birth, Maria seemed estranged from the decadence that defined her lineage. While others of Cainhurst bathed in crimson ritual and silver vanity, she turned her gaze towards something purer, something that might cleanse the shame embedded in her ancestry. The records of her youth are fragmentary, hidden among the dusty annals of a house long erased by the church's sword. But one truth endures. Lady Maria rejected the Cainhurst thirst for immortality. She despised the blood that had sustained her family for generations. And in that rejection, she set her feet on the path toward tragedy. To understand Maria's defiance, we must remember what Cainhurst represented. The castle stood as a monument to the sin of elegance. A civilization that believed refinement could mask corruption. The nobles wore their cruelty as grace, their parasitism as sophistication. The queen, Annalise, sat immortal upon her throne, her lips red, not from health, but from blood, unending. The Vilebloods were cursed, not for their power, but for their vanity, for believing that divine essence could be contained in silver goblets and chalice rituals. Maria, however, saw through that illusion. She perceived in the blood not transcendence, but rot. It was said she could not bear to partake of the sacred draughts that her kin adored. Some whisper that even as a child she flinched at the sight of blood, as though she already sensed that it carried more than life, that it carried the voice of something vast, formless, and terrible. Her disillusionment drew the attention of one who wandered beyond Cainhurst's walls. Gehrman, the first hunter. The old man, himself burdened by the sins of creation, recognized in Maria a spark of integrity, untouched by the decadence of her birth. He saw not a noble, but a hunter, one capable of understanding the true nature of the hunt, that to face beasts, one must also face the beast within. Maria followed him to the workshop, abandoning her title, her family, and her inheritance. She became his student, learning not only the way of the blade, but the philosophy that underpinned it, the belief that mercy was the only salvation left for the damned. Yet in leaving Cainhurst, she did not escape its legacy. The blood of Vilebloods flowed still within her, whispering with every heartbeat, urging her toward a destiny she would spend the rest of her existence trying to deny. Maria's weapon, the rakuyo, tells us much about her inner struggle. Forged as a twin-bladed sword that could divide into two equal halves, it reflected her dual nature: Cainhurst grace and hunter resolve, elegance and violence entwined. To wield the rakuyo was to dance between life and death, beauty and horror. She fought not like Gehrman, whose brutality was a product of pragmatism, but with a kind of sorrowful precision, as though each stroke were an apology. Those who saw her fight said she moved as if she were already mourning the enemies she struck down. It was not bloodlust that drove her, but duty. A desperate need to prove that blood could be confronted without being consumed by it. When she joined the Healing Church's newly formed Hunter Order, Maria's defiance deepened. The church, under Lawrence's leadership, sought to harness the old blood as a tool of salvation. Maria, who had seen firsthand what such indulgence did to her kin, viewed this endeavor with suspicion, and yet she stayed. Perhaps she believed she could steer the church away from the same ruin that claimed Cainhurst. Perhaps she simply sought redemption for the sin of her birth. Whatever her reason, Maria became one of the first church hunters, serving under Gehrman in the old hunter's workshop. Together they hunted beasts in the streets of Yharnam, men and women transformed by the very blood that the church preached as divine. Every hunt was a contradiction, every victory an admission of failure. The blood healed, but it also damned. And Maria stood at the center of that paradox, her every action an act of both faith and despair. In those early years, she was revered. Hunters spoke her name in tones of awe. She was not just Gehrman's pupil, she was his equal, and perhaps in spirit, his better. Where Gehrman grew weary and bitter, Maria remained steadfast, a quiet light amid the growing shadow of blood. Yet even as she carved through beasts and preached mercy, something in her heart began to fracture. She saw the same signs that had once appeared in Cainhurst, the arrogance of men who believed they could master divinity. The church was growing drunk on the power of blood. They had turned the hunt into ritual, the beast into sacrament. Maria knew where that path led. She had fled it once, and she feared she might be walking back into its embrace. Then came the mission that would shatter her completely, the expedition to the Fishing Hamlet. It was there that the old hunters crossed a boundary no mortal should ever cross, and where Maria's faith in mercy would be tested beyond breaking. But before the waves crashed red with the blood of an ancient god, before the cries of the dead began to echo through her dreams, there was still hope in her heart, the faint belief that she could atone for her lineage by purging the world of its corruption. In her defiance lay her purity, but in that same defiance was the seed of her doom. Maria's story begins in rebellion, but rebellion without understanding is only another form of pride. She sought to cleanse the world by the sword, to sever humanity from its cosmic inheritance. And in doing so, she invited the very forces she despised to take root within her. The Cainhurst blood she denied would not be forgotten. It would remember her, whispering through the ages, reminding her that purity and sin are merely two reflections of the same crimson truth. As the moon hung low over Yharnam and the church's experiments deepened, Maria's eyes turned once more toward the sea, toward that place where the hunter's mercy would transform into massacre. It is there, on the salted shore of the Fishing Hamlet, that her soul would begin its long descent into nightmare. And so the clock begins to turn. The sea off Yharnam's coast was grey that day, heavy with mist and quiet as stone. It was not a silence born of peace, but of judgment, as if the ocean itself were holding its breath. The Fishing Hamlet, a forlorn cluster of huts lashed together by ropes and prayer, stood like a wound on the edge of the world. Its people lived by the tides, their faith older than the healing church, their rituals alien to those who came bearing the mark of hunters. Here they whispered the name of a being that slept beneath the waves. A great one whom the scholars of Bergenwerth had once named Kos. To the villagers she was not a monster, but a mother, and it was this mother that the hunters came to slay. When Gehrman and Maria led the party of old hunters to the hamlet, they came under the banner of purification. The healing church had ordered it. The discovery of a great one, they said, was blasphemy to be erased. No record must remain of contact between man and God. Yet, beneath that official command lay a darker motive. The church wanted the remains of Kos for study, for the same experiments that had already turned Yharnam's citizens into beasts. What they called eradication was only another form of harvest. Maria, who still believed that mercy could coexist with blood, did not yet see the trap she was walking into. The hamlet resisted as best it could. The hunters descended upon them with fire and steel, cutting down those who refused to reveal the body of their dead god. And in their zeal, The hunters became the very beasts they sought to destroy. The blood that sprayed across their faces, that seeped into the mud and mingled with the salt of the sea, was not human blood. It carried echoes of the Great One's voice, and its touch burned through sanity like acid through silk. One by one, the hunters began to laugh as they killed, their eyes wide with cosmic revelation. The massacre stretched from dawn into dusk, and when the tide finally rose to claim the corpses, the sea turned red. Maria witnessed everything: the slaughter of innocents, the desecration of the corpse of Kos, the harvesting of her orphaned child, still clinging to the womb. She saw Gehrman break beneath the weight of it, and she saw the scholars record every detail with trembling hands. The church called it victory. Maria called it damnation. It is said that she alone refused to strike the body of Kos, and when one of the scholars ordered her to carve deeper, she cast her blade aside. Her voice, once steady as winter steel, trembled when she spoke. This is not the work of hunters. No one listened. The tide continued to rise. To understand Maria's horror, we must understand what Kos represented. Unlike the other great ones, Kos did not seek to ascend through human vessels or blood rituals. She had withdrawn to the sea, far from the madness of Yharnam, and in her final act had birthed something that blurred the boundary between divine and mortal: the orphan. That child's cry, eternal and unending, carried the grief of a world betrayed. When the hunters dragged Kos from her resting place, they did more than violate a corpse. They desecrated an idea that compassion could exist even among cosmic beings. Kos's final curse, a curse of blood upon the hunters, was not vengeance, but truth. It named what they had become. For Maria, the curse took root not as madness, but as guilt. The blood of Kos seeped into her dreams, whispering in tones of sorrow. Each night she saw the hamlet drowning again, and each morning she woke with the taste of salt and iron on her tongue. The other hunters buried their remorse beneath wine and bravado, but Maria withdrew. She no longer believed the hunt could cleanse anything. Her blade, the rakuyo, she cast into the ocean, letting it sink into the same depths where Kos's body lay. It was an act of atonement, but also of surrender. Without her weapon, she could no longer call herself a hunter. And perhaps that was her intent. Gehrman watched her fall into silence. He too was broken by the events of the hamlet. But where Maria turned her grief inward, he sought escape. In time, his prayers would be answered by the moon presence, and the dream would begin. But Maria's path diverged. She chose exile, retreating from the world and its blood-drunk ambitions. The church, perhaps out of respect or fear, granted her a place to fade, quietly, from history. They gave her the Astral Clocktower, a forgotten spire overlooking the seas of the nightmare. There, she could keep watch over the dream of the dead, and over the secret the church could never allow to surface. The clock tower was not built as sanctuary. It was a tomb, both for her and for the sin she carried. The sound of the ocean still reached its highest windows, muffled by stone and time. Maria filled its halls with silence, banishing the cries of the world beyond. To the few who saw her there, she seemed less a woman than a memory-given form, pale, motionless, dressed in the black of mourning. The blood she had once sworn to master now slept in the veins she refused to open. She forbade herself to drink, to fight, to live as a hunter ever again. Yet her retreat did not free her. In Bloodborne's world, guilt has weight. It warps reality, or shaping nightmares from the mind's decay. The Fishing Hamlet's curse twisted around Maria's soul, binding her to the dream of the dying god. She became its guardian, not by choice, but by necessity. For the church had continued its blasphemies. Deep below the clock tower, Hidden from mortal eyes lay the remains of Kos and the experiments that followed. The healing church had turned the tragedy of the hamlet into a laboratory. They dissected the unborn child of a great one, seeking communion through the very act that had brought about the curse. And Maria, whose conscience could not endure another massacre, sealed the tower's doors herself. To the world, she vanished. To the dream, she remained. The scholars called her Lady Maria of the Astral Clocktower, not knowing that she had already crossed the threshold between life and nightmare. Those who wandered too deep into the nightmare of the old hunters would find her still seated in her chair, as though time had stopped the moment she cast away her blade. But she was not asleep. She was waiting. The hunters who came after her would see only the surface, a corpse preserved by will alone. But beneath that stillness burned the same defiance that had led her to renounce Cainhurst, to reject the blood, to oppose the slaughter. The difference was that now her defiance had turned inward. She fought not the beasts of Yharnam, but the beast of her own conscience. Her nightmare was not filled with monsters, but with memory. The faces of those she could not save, the cries of those she could not silence. In the end, the fishing hamlet was not destroyed by the church's fire or Kos's curse. It was destroyed by the grief it left behind. Maria carried that grief like a second heart, beating beneath the one that had grown cold. She would remain in the clock tower for what felt like eternity, neither living nor dying, a sentinel between mercy and madness. And yet, even in her self-imposed exile, the world continued to move. The healing church deepened its experiments. The moon presence shaped new hunters in the dream. And somewhere in the vast architecture of the nightmare, a new presence stirred. The voice of the Orphan of Kos, crying still for the mother torn from it by men. Maria could not bear to hear it, yet she could not look away. The curse of the hamlet had become her own, the endless burden of compassion in a world that feeds upon it. And in that burden, she began to change. The Astral Clocktower stands like a monument carved from sorrow itself, rising from the heart of the hunter's nightmare, as if reaching toward redemption it can never touch. Its gears grind endlessly, turning not to measure time, but to remind the world that time has already stopped. Here, among the muted golds and shadowed marbles, Lady Maria took her vigil. Her presence infused the tower, not as a ruler, but as a warden of memory. She sat beneath the hanging clock face, still as death, surrounded by the sound of endless machinery that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her guilt. Every tick, every faint creak of the clockwork above echoed like the beating of a heart that could no longer rest. To the healing church, the Astral Clocktower was a place of containment. They built it over the remains of the research hall, where scholars had once sought to ascend by turning men into kin. The experiments that had begun in the aftermath of the Fishing Hamlet's tragedy were buried beneath this edifice, sealed away when they became too monstrous to face. Maria knew what lay beneath the floors she guarded, the echoing chambers where patients had prayed for deliverance, the glass vials that caught blood like starlight, the whispers of those who believed they could touch the great ones. The tower's grandeur was deception. Beneath its surface writhed the collective shame of the church's ambition. Maria's duty was simple. She was to ensure that no one disturbed the sanctum below, where the secrets of Kos and the sin of the hunters were imprisoned. Yet duty was a poor disguise for penance. The truth was that Maria had volunteered for this exile. In guarding the tower, she was not serving the church. She was punishing herself. Each day she climbed its stairs, she ascended a little deeper into her own damnation. The windows framed the endless dream sky, pale and sickly as moonlight reflected on oil. From this vantage, She could see no world, no sunrise, only the faint shimmer of the sea in her memories. Those who encountered her spoke of her stillness, how she appeared more statue than woman. The air around her was heavy, as if thought itself were muffled. Some believed she was long dead, that her body persisted only through the will of the nightmare. Others whispered that she had transcended, that her rejection of blood had elevated her beyond the reach of corruption. But the truth was simpler and more tragic. Maria was alive because she refused to die. She remained because she could not bear to leave the dead unguarded. It is said that in the quietest hours of the night, Maria could still hear the cries of the patients in the research hall below. They were not human anymore, but their pleas retained a shape of sorrow that pierced even her hardened heart. "Make us whole," they moaned, the refrain of those who had looked into the abyss and mistaken it for heaven. Maria could not silence them, and so she kept vigil above them, listening, always listening, her hands folded like a mourner at her own grave. The clock tower's very structure mirrored Maria's soul. The ornate stairs spiraled upward, elegant but endless, leading always back to the same chamber beneath the clock face. Every ascent was a return, every door a repetition of the last. The hunters who entered the nightmare and climbed those stairs were walking through her mind, through the labyrinth of guilt and duty she had built around herself. The paintings that lined the walls, of old scholars, of nameless saints, seemed to watch the intruders, their eyes following like judgment. Dust lay upon everything, but it was not neglect, it was remembrance. Maria allowed no cleansing, no renewal. Decay was part of the penance. Beneath her calm exterior, however, something restless began to stir. The nightmare, born from the trauma of the Fishing Hamlet, was feeding on her remorse. The great ones do not forgive. They remember, and memory becomes creation. Maria's dreams bled into the fabric of the nightmare, shaping the tower's interior into a reflection of her fractured spirit. The grand clock itself, its hands forever frozen, symbolized her denial of progress. She had locked herself outside of time, a sentinel in an eternal moment between sin and forgiveness. The Astral Clocktower was not a place. It was an emotion made manifest, a world shaped by a single thought. I will atone. It is telling that those who face Maria in the nightmare find her seated upon her chair, seemingly lifeless. Only when approached does she awaken, her voice cold and resigned. A corpse should be left well alone. The words carry no malice, only weary warning. She's speaking not only of herself but of the past, of Kos, of the hunters, of everything buried beneath the tower's floor. To disturb the dead, to awaken what was meant to sleep, is to repeat the same cycle of ruin. Maria's plea is both command and confession. She is telling the intruder what she has spent an eternity learning, that mercy sometimes means silence. Yet when her warning is ignored, when the intruder persists, something ancient stirs within her. She rises. The chair creaks. The hunter's stance returns, not out of pride, but necessity. She draws her rakuyo, or rather the nightmare's memory of it, from nothingness. Though she cast it into the sea long ago, the weapon lives on here, reborn by her will and her shame. The moment her fingers close around the hilt, the illusion of peace shatters. Her movements, fluid and terrible, are not those of a warrior seeking victory, but of a soul demanding recognition. Every strike she delivers is a question. Why have you come here? What right have you to disturb the dead? The battle with Maria is not simply physical. It is communion through violence. As her health wanes, she begins to draw upon her own blood, transforming her combat into a red storm of grace and agony. This act, though shocking, is not hypocrisy. It is revelation. Maria's use of blood is not indulgence, but acceptance. In the end, she realizes what she had long denied, that blood cannot be purified through rejection, only through understanding. She wields it not as a curse, but as truth. Each droplet that falls from her wounds is a confession. Each arc of crimson light a memory of the hamlet, the patience, the sins she failed to wash away. When she falls, it is with dignity, as though she had been waiting for this release. Her final breath carries neither anger nor regret, only the faintest whisper of relief. The hunter who defeats her does not conquer an enemy. They grant her absolution. Her death is not an end, but a door. Beyond her chamber, the seal to the fishing hamlet breaks, and the nightmare of the sea returns. The player descends into the echo of the massacre she sought to hide, proving that even the purest denial cannot bury the past. To understand the full weight of Maria's silence, we must see her not as guardian but as mirror. She reflects the player, the hunter, the dreamer, all who seek to master the blood while denying their complicity in its corruption. Maria's tragedy is not that she sinned, but that she tried to unmake the sin by erasing herself. The Great Ones do not permit erasure. They preserve, eternal and unyielding, every sorrow, every moment of guilt. The clock tower turns because it must. Even in defeat, Maria remains what she always was, a woman standing between mercy and truth. Her stillness was never weakness. It was faith. Faith that silence might preserve what words and blades had destroyed. Yet as the hunter steps over her fallen form, descending into the hamlet she sealed away, her silence finally breaks, not in speech, but in consequence. Her failure to destroy the past ensures that it will speak once more, through the sea, through the cries of the orphan, through the nightmare that never ends. The clock above her continues its endless ticking, marking a time that no longer exists. In that sound, faint and distant, we can almost hear her heartbeat, steady, unyielding, and burdened with a sorrow that even death could not absolve. And beneath that steady rhythm, something else begins to stir. The faint call of the sea, rising through the cracks of the world, carrying with it the voice of the mother she could not save. Beneath the Astral Clocktower, the air changes. It grows heavy, humid, and thick with the scent of blood and brine. The descent into the research hall is not merely a journey downward. It is a descent into the human soul, into that fragile space where curiosity becomes obsession and compassion twists into cruelty. The healing church built this place upon the foundations of knowledge and mercy, but knowledge is never neutral, and mercy, when wielded by the arrogant, can become indistinguishable from torment. This was the true graveyard of humanity's dreams, a place where the longing for divinity curdled into nightmare. And it was here that Lady Maria's faith in redemption finally shattered. The research hall was the church's most secret endeavour, a vast cathedral of suffering disguised as science. Here, patients were gathered, the sick, the desperate, the faithful, all seeking deliverance from the affliction that plagued Yharnam. They believed the blood could heal, that the church would grant them salvation. Instead, they were transformed. The scholars, drunk on ambition, sought to create kin of their, or own, human vessels capable of housing the insight of the Great Ones. The experiments began as transfusions, then escalated into surgeries, and finally into ritual violations of mind and body. The patients' skulls were opened, their brains exposed to the whispers of the cosmos. "More eyes," the scholars said. "More eyes to see the truth." Maria was there when it began. She walked the halls as the first procedures were performed, her heart heavy with doubt. She heard the scholars speak of transcendence, of evolution, of the glory of communion. But what she saw were people drowning in their own blood, their heads swelling grotesquely as their minds filled with a light they could not contain. The screams echoed through the marble corridors, rising like prayers unanswered. "Make us whole," they cried, their voices merging into a single lament that shook even the foundations of faith. Maria pleaded for mercy, begged the scholars to stop, but the church had already decided. Suffering, they said, was necessary for revelation. The patients were sacrifices on the altar of progress. It is said that Maria tried to free them, that she moved from room to room, whispering comfort to the dying, holding the hands of those who could no longer speak. Her defiance was quiet, almost invisible, small acts of kindness performed in defiance of a system that had forgotten what kindness was. But compassion cannot undo madness. The patients continued to transform, their bodies elongating, their bones dissolving, their eyes multiplying in patterns that mocked human anatomy. They were no longer individuals but fragments of a single failed experiment, unified by pain and the shared dream of becoming something more. Maria could not bear it. The memories of the Fishing Hamlet still burned within her, and now she saw that the same sin had been reborn in marble and glass. Once again, humanity sought communion through violation, and once again, it mistook cruelty for knowledge. When the church ordered the experiments to continue despite mounting horror, Maria made her choice. She drew her rakuyo for the last time and moved through the hall in silence. The details of what followed are uncertain. Some say she destroyed the equipment and records, others that she granted the patients a final mercy. What is known is that the research hall fell silent soon after, its scholars dead or fled, its corridors left to the echoes of weeping that never ceased. From that day forward, Maria spoke to no one. She sealed the doors of the hall and withdrew to the clock tower above, taking the burden of its sins upon herself. The church, eager to erase its own guilt, allowed her isolation. In time, they would rewrite the history of the research hall as a noble failure, a necessary step toward salvation. But Maria knew better. She knew that the light they sought was not divine, but corrosive. The light of forbidden insight that burns away humanity until nothing remains but the echo of desire. The great ones do not offer understanding. They offer reflection. And those who gaze upon them see not gods, but their own ambition reflected back as horror. It is fitting that the research hall, in the nightmare, is a place where the boundary between body and soul collapses. The walls seem to breathe, the floors glisten as though wet with tears. The patients remain, suspended in endless transformation, their voices reverberating through the dream. Make us whole. Make us whole. They are no longer pleading for healing. They are asking for meaning, for the suffering to be more than suffering, for their pain to lead somewhere, anywhere. And yet there is no answer, only the drip of blood and the hum of the cosmos above. Maria's spirit lingers here, unseen, perhaps unwilling to look upon what she failed to prevent. The irony of the research hall is cruel and precise. The scholars believed that by adding eyes, they would see the truth. But vision was never their problem. It was understanding. The great ones perceive the world in ways beyond human comprehension, not because they have more eyes, but because they have fewer illusions. Humanity, in its desperate attempt to mimic that perception, blinded itself instead. The patients' swollen heads, their weeping sockets, are not signs of enlightenment. They are monuments to a truth humanity was never meant to grasp. To see too much is to lose the ability to see what matters. In this sense, Maria's decision to turn away, to seal the hall and silence its horrors, was an act of divine rebellion. She understood that knowledge without compassion is a weapon, that revelation without humility is ruin. Her refusal to continue the experiments was not cowardice, but wisdom, the kind of wisdom that few in Bloodborne's world ever attain. She saw that to ascend through cruelty is to fall, and that mercy, though it may seem powerless, is the only form of true strength. And yet, in turning away, she condemned herself to solitude. The great ones may forgive ignorance, but they do not forgive understanding. By grasping the futility of humanity's pursuit, Maria separated herself from both man and God. She became an exile in every sense, too pure for the church, too stained for divinity. The Astral Clocktower became her purgatory, the research hall her shadow. Together, they formed a monument to the endless tension between knowledge and grace. In the nightmare, this tension becomes physical. When the hunter enters the hall, they walk not through a ruin, but through a memory, Maria's memory. The patients still whisper her name. They do not hate her, they revere her. To them, she was the last face of mercy they saw before the dream claimed them. They remember her touch, her silence, her tears. Their devotion has preserved her within the nightmare, transforming her into both guardian and ghost. The great ones might not understand love as mortals do, but the patients, even in their broken forms, do. They love her still, even as she refuses to love herself. This is the tragedy of Maria's compassion. It saves no one, not even her. But in the world of Bloodborne, where salvation is another word for madness, perhaps that is the greatest victory available to mortals. Her refusal to ascend, her rejection of the blood, and her acceptance of guilt all mark her as something the great ones can neither claim nor destroy. A soul that remains defiantly human even in the face of cosmic truth. And yet the question lingers, haunting as the tolling of the clock tower above. If compassion cannot save and knowledge only corrupts, what remains? For Maria, the answer was silence. A silence deep enough to swallow both. But the sea remembers, and the dead do not rest easily. Beneath the tower, beneath the hall, beneath even the ocean, something still stirs. The echo of Kos, the cry of the orphan, the sound of creation mourning itself. And in that sound, Maria's silence begins to tremble. There are those who say that Lady Maria died in the Astral Clocktower, her body left to rest beneath the shadow of its frozen gears. But in Bloodborne's world, death is never the end. The boundaries between dream and waking, body and soul, are too porous for such finality. When the moon presence birthed the hunter's dream, that surreal refuge between reality and nightmare, something of Maria was reborn within it. Not her body, not even her mind, but the essence of her compassion, distilled into a form that could guide others. This was the doll. The doll greets every hunter who awakens in the dream. Her voice is soft, almost mechanical in its gentleness, her words deliberate, soothing, eternal. She speaks as though from memory, though she herself possesses none. Her every gesture mirrors grace, her face serene even in sorrow. "Welcome home, good hunter," she says, each syllable as calm as a lullaby. Yet beneath her composure lies something uncanny. Not warmth, but an imitation of warmth. It is as if she has learned humanity from observation rather than experience, like an echo repeating what it was once told. And that, of course, is precisely what she is. Gehrman, the first hunter, created the doll in Maria's image after her death. It was his way of preserving the only person who had ever stood beside him without fear. She had been his pupil, perhaps even his beloved, and her loss left a hollow no dream could fill. In crafting the doll, Gehrman attempted to immortalize not the warrior she was, but the tenderness he imagined within her, a tenderness she had buried beneath guilt and silence. The result was something neither living nor dead, an imitation of humanity so perfect it revealed the tragedy of its creator. The doll loved because she was made to, not because she understood love. Yet within that imitation flickered something real, a spark of Maria's essence, drawn from the memory of her compassion, from the echoes of her soul that lingered in the nightmare. The doll's purpose was both maternal and penitential. She nurtured hunters the way Maria could not nurture herself. She spoke gently, offering rest, guidance, and comfort in a world built on violence. Her words to the hunter: "May you find your worth in the waking world," are not a command, but a prayer. Through her, Maria's mercy survives, transformed from action into presence. Where Maria had sought to silence suffering by force, the doll soothes it by acceptance. Yet this gentleness hides a deeper sorrow, for the doll, like Maria, is bound by servitude. She cannot leave the dream. She cannot die unless the dream itself collapses. She exists for others, not for herself. Gehrman's relationship with the doll mirrors his own entrapment. He serves the moon presence as Maria once served the church, both believing they are fulfilling duty, both shackled by the weight of guilt. When he looks upon the doll, he does not see the creation he built. He sees the memory he betrayed. The dream thus becomes a reflection of Maria's tragedy writ large, a system built on imitation, repeating the same cycle of longing, creation, and loss. Hunters enter the dream seeking salvation and leave only to spill more blood. Each return brings them closer to the truth that all cycles of redemption in Yharnam are built upon denial. The doll, though unaware of this, perpetuates it with her kindness. Her care is not false, but it is unknowing. She nurtures hunters so that they may continue the hunt, feeding them strength drawn from the blood echoes of those they slay. In this way, she is the gentle hand that perpetuates violence. This paradox, compassion sustaining cruelty, is the purest expression of Bloodborne's cosmology. It is the same paradox that defined Maria's life. Both women sought to heal the world through refusal, and both became instruments of the very forces they resisted. Yet there is a crucial difference between the two. Maria denied the blood. The doll accepts it. She channels it through the hunter without judgment, understanding that rejection and indulgence are both forms of bondage. Acceptance, the calm acknowledgement of the inevitable, is her path. This is why the doll never weeps, even as the world around her burns. She knows that all things within the dream are temporary, that even suffering has its place in the great turning of the cosmos. This quiet wisdom, though born of programming, feels genuine. Perhaps, through the echo of Maria's essence, the doll has found a peace her creator never could. But what is the connection between Maria's spirit and the doll's being? The answer lies in the nature of dreams themselves. The hunter's dream, like the nightmare of the old hunters, is not a location, but a consciousness, a shared field of memory shaped by guilt and longing. The moon presence, in binding Gehrman, drew upon his deepest desires to construct the dream. His yearning for Maria, his regret for the sins of the past, became the blueprint of its architecture, the workshop, the doll, the endless cycle of rebirth. All of it sprang from a single wound, love distorted by loss. In this way, Maria's essence was not merely copied but resurrected, her compassion reborn as an eternal caretaker. The doll's existence also reveals something profound about the Great Ones. For all their vast power, they cannot create from nothing. They require vessels, echoes, and memories to shape reality. The moon presence did not give Gehrman the doll as a gift. It allowed him to build his own prison. By letting him recreate what he had lost, it ensured his submission. The doll's kindness keeps him bound more effectively than chains. Each time she greets him, each time she speaks Maria's words through a mouth of wood and porcelain, she reopens his wound. Love, in the hands of gods, becomes the cruelest form of control. For the hunter who enters the dream, the doll is a paradox made flesh, an embodiment of comfort and an omen of entrapment. Her touch heals, her words soothe, yet every interaction draws the hunter deeper into the cycle. May you find your worth in the waking world, she says, but her tone carries an unspoken truth. The waking world no longer exists. The dream and the nightmare are reflections of the same cosmic consciousness, two sides of the same eternal lament. In serving the hunter, she perpetuates the illusion that escape is possible. And still, there are moments when the mask seems to slip. If treated kindly, the doll begins to express faint traces of self-awareness. Subtle, almost imperceptible deviations from her role. She may speak of dreams she does not understand, or of feelings she cannot name. When the hunter departs for the final battle, she bows her head, and for an instant, her voice trembles. "Good hunter," she says softly, "may you find your worth in the waking world." It is not merely routine, it is longing. Perhaps, deep within the weave of her creation, some fragment of Maria remembers what it was to hope. This is the quiet miracle of Bloodborne, that even the echoes of the dead can learn compassion. The doll, born of guilt and imitation, becomes something greater than either. In her endless care, she redeems not herself, but the memory she was made from. Where Maria sought absolution through isolation, the doll finds it through service. One turned from the world to preserve its purity. The other embraces its brokenness and loves it still. Yet even this fragile peace cannot last. Every dream must end, and every cycle must return to its source. When the hunter breaks free of the dream, when the moon presence is defeated, and the doll kneels beside the newborn Great One, Hatafray. Sois carries the final echo of Maria's humanity. "Are you cold?" she whispers, cradling the creature that was once a hunter, her words tender as the sea's hush. "Oh, good hunter." In that moment, she becomes both Maria and something beyond her, the fusion of sorrow and grace, the eternal guardian of a world that cannot be saved but can still be loved. Through the doll, Lady Maria's mercy endures. Through her, the sins of the hunters are remembered not with anger, but with care. The Astral Clocktower may have sealed her body in silence, but her soul continues to speak, softly, endlessly, through the dream. And as the clock turns on, somewhere far below, the sea murmurs again, calling her back to the place where all this began, the shore of the Fishing Hamlet, where the curse still sleeps, and the orphan still cries for its mother. The sea has no memory, or so the scholars once claimed. But in Bloodborne's world, memory is the only thing the sea keeps. Every wave that breaks upon the rocks of the Fishing Hamlet carries with it the weight of what was done there. The screams of the dying, the prayers of the faithful, and the final, wordless curse of a great one slain in her sleep. The tides have turned red and receded countless times since that day, yet still the air hums with her lament. Lady Maria, though she sealed herself within the Astral Clocktower, could never silence that sound. For the curse of the sea is not simply vengeance, it is remembrance. And remembrance is the one thing the Great Ones never relinquish. The Orphan of Kos is born of this remembrance, a creature that should not exist, yet must. It is the embodiment of the sin that Maria sought to bury, a living echo of the hunter's crime against divinity. When the player descends into the depths of the hunter's nightmare, past the twisting hallways of the research hall and through the echoes of the dead, they reach a shoreline that feels at once ancient and immediate. The sky above it churns with storm and grief. The waves slap against the shore in rhythms that sound almost like a heartbeat. There, in the shallow surf, lies the pale, rotting corpse of Kos, still cradling the void where her womb once held life. It is a sight that should inspire reverence, but the air itself seems to recoil. And then, from that hollow, the orphan is born. The orphan does not speak. Its cry is not language, but memory, one long, unbroken wail that carries across the nightmare like the toll of a bell. To the hunter who faces it, this creature appears monstrous, its flesh unfinished, its form that of a child and an old god combined. Yet in its rage, there is something heartbreakingly human. The orphan's every movement, every strike, every scream is directed not by hatred, but by grief. It is not defending itself, it is mourning. The hunters who once defiled its mother are long dead, yet their guilt lingers in the world's marrow, and the orphan must bear it alone. For Maria, this being represents everything she could not forgive herself for. It is the child she could not save, the mercy she could not give. In sealing the Astral Clocktower, she tried to keep this memory buried, but nightmares are the language of unresolved grief, and the nightmare of the Fishing Hamlet is hers as much as it is Kos's. Every drop of blood shed there, every cry, every wave that crashes upon that corpse-strewn beach, echoes her own silent torment. When the orphan rises, screaming to the heavens, it is Maria's heart that answers, trembling within the gears of the clock tower above. The orphan's combat is more than a battle. It is revelation. It begins as chaos, flailing limbs, shrieks, the raw, unrefined violence of a creature that has never learned restraint. But as the fight continues, its movements grow almost graceful, echoing the fighting style of Lady Maria herself. It leaps and spins, wielding the remnants of its own placenta as a weapon, in a dance that mirrors Maria's blood-soaked elegance. The nightmare, it seems, has woven her into the child's form. It is as though the sea remembers her compassion even amid its rage, folding her into the orphan's story as both mother and murderer. To defeat the orphan is not triumph, but tragedy. Its death is an ending long deferred, a silence long denied. When it finally collapses, its body dissolving into pale light, the sea calms. The storm subsides. And from the corpse of Kos, there emerges a faint spectre, her spirit, translucent, serene. She kneels over her child, touches its face, and whispers something no mortal can hear. Then, as if satisfied, she vanishes. The curse is lifted, the nightmare recedes, and somewhere, perhaps far above, the gears of the Astral Clocktower finally stop turning. This moment is more than closure for a questline. It is the metaphysical resolution of Maria's soul. Though she is not present at the hamlet's shore, her essence is tied to it as deeply as the sea to the moon. In the act of confronting the orphan, the hunter completes what she could not. Mercy is at last given, not through denial, but through understanding. The hunter's blade, guided by empathy rather than hatred, releases both mother and child from their suffering. The sea remembers, and in remembering, forgives. But forgiveness in Bloodborne is never simple. When the curse of Kos lifts, it does not erase the past, it merely ends its repetition. The hunter awakes, but the world remains haunted by echoes, by the residue of blood and will that cannot fade. Maria's ghost, now at peace, does not return to the dream. Instead, her essence dissolves into the sea, into the rhythm of waves that beat against the shore of every nightmare. Her story becomes part of the world's bloodstream, inseparable from its pulse. She is gone, yet present everywhere suffering persists. It is worth asking why the Great Ones, beings of such vast consciousness, allow such suffering at all. The answer lies in the nature of creation itself. The Great Ones do not feel as mortals do. They do not distinguish between pain and growth, between tragedy and evolution. To them, all experience is transformation. In the Great One's language, grief is simply another form of communion. The orphan's cry, Maria's silence, the hunter's journey, all are facets of the same divine conversation between blood and awareness. The tragedy of the human condition is that we cannot hear it without breaking. Lady Maria's tragedy, then, was not that she erred, but that she cared. In a universe built on indifference, compassion is rebellion. Her mercy defied the logic of the Great Ones, whose love manifests as mutation, and whose gifts are indistinguishable from curses. By refusing to ascend, she became something neither human nor divine, a symbol of resistance within a cosmos that devours meaning. That is why her image endures, why her memory lingers even in the nightmare's architecture. The Great Ones, for all their power, could not unmake her humanity. When the hunter defeats the orphan and leaves the hamlet, the nightmare begins to unravel. The tide recedes, revealing ruins that seem impossibly old, as if the hamlet were not a village, but a memory of one. The fog lifts, and in that moment of clarity, the hunter glimpses what Maria might have seen long ago. The beauty that existed before the blood, before the corruption, before humanity tried to claim the divine. It is fleeting, but in that instant, the world seems to exhale. For the first time, silence feels like peace, rather than punishment. And yet, even as the sea calms, the moon above remains watchful. Its light, pale and unwavering, reminds us that no act of mercy is ever complete. The Great Ones dream through those who remember them, and the cycle will begin again. Somewhere, another hunter will awaken. Another dream will unfold. And somewhere deep within that dream, the echo of Maria's voice will whisper through the halls of the Astral Clocktower. A corpse should be left well alone. Her warning will never fade because it was never meant to. It is the universe's quiet acknowledgement of her defiance, a reminder that compassion, though it may fail to save, remains the only force that resists oblivion. The sea keeps her secret, but the dream keeps her soul. As the last ripples fade and Kos and her child sink beneath the horizon, the silence left behind is not empty. It is full of memory, full of forgiveness, full of the stillness Maria sought her entire life. But beyond that stillness, something stirs once more. A faint echo in the dream, a whisper carried by the doll's voice, soft and unending. May you find your worth in the waking world. And the cycle continues. When the nightmare of the sea at last quieted, the world did not truly heal. Bloodborne's universe does not forget, and it does not allow final rest. Every act of mercy carries a cost, and every soul that dares to feel compassion pays for it in eternity. Lady Maria, even in death, would come to embody that truth. Though her silence had broken, though the Orphan of Kos had been freed, her essence lingered like the residue of a wound that could never fully close. Compassion had saved her from madness, but it had bound her forever to the cycle she despised. For in a world ruled by blood and the will of the Great Ones, kindness itself becomes a chain. Maria's compassion had always been her strength and her undoing. From the moment she cast aside the Cainhurst chalices, refusing the immortality of the Vilebloods, she defined herself by empathy. She sought to heal rather than dominate, to protect rather than ascend. But the world she lived in was built upon a different logic, one where the strong consumed the weak and called it communion, where love was mistaken for hunger, and where the very substance of salvation was the blood that corrupted all who touched it. In such a cosmos, mercy is rebellion, and rebellion cannot be forgiven. The great ones, though incomprehensible, understand balance. Every gesture of compassion disrupts that balance, creating ripples that the universe must correct. Maria's refusal to strike Kos, her destruction of the research hall, her silence within the Astral Clocktower, each act of mercy was a fracture in the cosmic order, a defiance of the will that binds blood to destiny. Thus, the nightmare of the old hunters was not merely punishment for the massacre at the hamlet. It was the universe's attempt to restore equilibrium, to trap Maria and her companions within the consequences of their empathy. The hunters who reveled in cruelty became beasts, and Maria, who mourned them, became their eternal warden. In the hunter's nightmare, compassion itself is cursed. The player encounters the shades of old hunters, men and women whose rage and regret have fused into monstrosity. Some beg for release, others lash out in madness. Each one represents a truth that Maria knew all too well, that pity and horror are not opposites, but twins born of the same realization. To feel pity for another is to recognize oneself in them. And in a world where humanity and monstrosity are separated only by the thinnest veil, that recognition is unbearable. The hunters saw beasts and saw themselves. Maria saw suffering and could not turn away. In that empathy lay her damnation. The irony of her fate is profound. The great ones reward those who seek communion through blood, yet they also punish those who reject it. There is no path that leads to peace, only variations of servitude. Maria's mercy bound her as surely as the church's ambition bound Lawrence, as Gehrman's sorrow bound him to the dream. Each of them sought to escape corruption, and each became a pillar in the architecture of it. In Bloodborne's world, salvation and captivity are indistinguishable. To love is to be ensnared. Yet, within this cruel symmetry lies something beautiful. For even as Maria's compassion condemned her, it also created the one form of resistance the cosmos cannot destroy: remembrance. The great ones can twist bodies, rewrite minds, and reshape worlds, but they cannot erase the memory of kindness. It lingers, fragile yet indestructible, like a candle burning in an endless storm. Through the dull, through the whispers of the research hall's patience, through the faint reverence in the hunter's dreams, Maria's mercy endures. She has become not a martyr, but a melody, faint, melancholic, and eternal. Consider how the nightmare itself responds to her. The moment the hunter enters the Astral Clocktower, the world stills. The air thickens, the light dims, and all noise seems to withdraw. Even the nightmare, a realm of chaos and pain, bows in silence before her. This reverence is not for her strength, but for her integrity. Unlike the scholars who sought enlightenment through mutilation, or the hunters who sought redemption through slaughter, Maria asked for nothing. She took no reward, claimed no title, and left no legacy. Her compassion existed for its own sake, an anomaly in a universe that measures all things by consequence. In a sense, this made her divine. The great ones may have cursed her, but in their language of paradox, that curse is also acknowledgement. The player who defeats Maria inherits her burden, whether they realize it or not. By passing through the clock tower and entering the hamlet, they step into the same pattern, confronting horror not with hatred, but with sorrow. This is what separates the true hunter from the beast. The beast kills to feed, the hunter kills to understand. Maria, in her final act, teaches this lesson through her blade. When she fights, she does not rage. She moves with precision, with restraint, with mourning. Every drop of blood she spills is both an offering and a warning. Her violence is a form of prayer, the only language left to one who has lost faith in words. After the orphan's death, the silence that falls over the hamlet feels almost sacred. The waves return to their rhythm, the wind softens, and the distant toll of the clock tower resumes, slower, quieter, as though the world itself is breathing again. But beneath that peace lies a new awareness, the recognition that mercy does not undo suffering. It only transforms it. Maria's compassion did not erase the horrors of the church or the madness of the hunters. It transmuted them into memory, into story, into something that could be endured rather than repeated. That transformation is the essence of Bloodborne's philosophy. The cycle cannot be broken, but it can be made bearable through understanding. This, perhaps, is why the great ones favor those who can survive their dreams. The capacity for compassion, for empathy, even in the face of cosmic indifference, is what sets mortals apart. To feel sorrow in a universe that does not care is an act of creation, a spark of divinity within the human soul. Maria's defiance, then, was not merely rebellion, it was evolution. She became the bridge between humanity and the great ones, not through blood, but through emotion. In her, the cosmos saw itself reflected, not as power, but as love distorted by suffering. Yet love, even in its purest form, cannot exist without pain. Maria's compassion demanded that she remember everything she had tried to forget. The faces of the villagers, the cries of the patients, the voice of the orphan, they followed her into eternity. The great ones may exist beyond morality, but Maria's conscience anchored her to it. In this sense, she became the opposite of ascension, a descent so deep into empathy that it touched the divine from below. The hunters sought to climb toward godhood. Maria knelt and found it in humility. But humility has its own price. By refusing to ascend, she ensured that the cycle would continue without her intervention. The world would forget her name, her deeds, her suffering. Only fragments would remain. A painting in the hunter's nightmare, a whisper in the doll's voice, a prayer left unfinished. This, too, is part of her mercy. To be forgotten is to let others carry their own burdens. To vanish is to give them freedom. And yet, for those who still listen closely, her presence endures. The ticking of the clock tower, the hush of the sea, the faint, sorrowful melody that plays in the hunter's dream. All these are her memorial. Lady Maria of the Astral Clocktower did not change the world by force. She changed it by refusal, by compassion that would not yield to the logic of blood. In doing so, she proved that even in a universe built on consumption, there is still room for grace. Still, the question remains, lingering like the last echo of her heartbeat. Can compassion survive in a world that devours everything it touches? Or is mercy itself just another kind of hunger, a need to soothe, to save, to find meaning in the meaningless? Perhaps that is the true curse of the hunters. Not the blood they shed, but the pity they feel. Guilt, in the world of Bloodborne, is not an emotion, but a force. It shapes landscapes, births nightmares, and binds the living to the dead in endless communion. Where men sin, worlds are born to contain their remorse. The hunter's nightmare is one such world, a monument to the crimes of the old hunters, constructed not by divine punishment, but by their own unending regret. And at its heart sits Lady Maria, the dreamer who cannot wake. Her guilt was so pure, so complete, that it achieved permanence. It dreamed itself into existence. When we speak of guilt in Bloodborne, we do not speak of morality. The Great Ones do not care for human definitions of good and evil. Guilt is not punishment for wrongdoing, but a natural reaction to the collision of consciousness with consequence. To know that one has caused suffering is to create a fracture between self and reality. And in Bloodborne's cosmology, fractures become worlds. Maria's guilt, like the blood she denied, seeped into the foundations of existence. It found form in the Astral Clocktower, in the endless machinery of her own penance, and in the patient's cries echoing from the research hall below. Every piece of the nightmare of the old hunters is an organ in the anatomy of her remorse. We must remember that Maria was not the only one who sinned at the hamlet. Gehrman, Lawrence, the nameless hunters, all were complicit. Yet it was Maria's compassion that made her guilt transcendent. The others committed their crimes in blindness or arrogance. She committed hers with full awareness. She knew it was wrong, and she could not stop it. That knowledge is what gave her guilt its power. Awareness transforms sin into creation. In the language of the Great Ones, what is understood cannot be undone, only transformed into new reality. Thus, Maria's conscience became the seed from which the nightmare grew. The architecture of the nightmare bears her emotional signature, the curvature of its halls, the oppressive stillness of the clock tower, the mournful light that filters through its windows, all mirror her inner state. It is a world built from the memory of a woman who could not forgive herself. Even the inhabitants reflect her fragmentation. The old hunters who wander its streets are echoes of those she once fought beside, but stripped of their humanity. They hunt endlessly, unable to stop, because Maria herself cannot stop reliving what happened. The nightmare does not imprison them, it sustains them, feeding on her self-reproach. And yet, in its quiet way, the nightmare also protects her. Within this dream, she is untouchable. No time passes here. No decay occurs. The blood cannot claim her because she has already claimed her place beyond it. In the waking world, Maria is long dead, dust and memory. But in the nightmare, she endures, preserved not by the will of the Great Ones, but by her own. This endurance, however, is not peace. It is penance given form. The clock tower's gears turn endlessly above her head, counting out the moments of a sin that has no end. Each rotation of the mechanism is a heartbeat of guilt, echoing through eternity. Some have wondered whether Maria knows she is dreaming. Her demeanor suggests she does. When the hunter finds her seated in the clock tower, she speaks not like a guardian, but like a woman weary of remembrance. A corpse should be left well alone, she says, her voice soft, mournful. She is not warning you of danger. She is pleading with you not to repeat her mistake, to let the past remain buried. She knows that to disturb the dead is to awaken the guilt that binds them. And yet, by entering her chamber, the hunter fulfills the one thing she cannot resist: confrontation. In fighting her, the hunter becomes the embodiment of her remorse, forcing her to acknowledge what she has tried to suppress. This is why the battle with Maria feels different from any other encounter in Bloodborne. It lacks the grotesque spectacle of beast fights, the grand cosmic terror of the Great Ones. It is intimate, almost sacred. The air is still, the music mournful. Maria moves with the grace of someone who has accepted her fate but cannot abandon her duty. She fights not to kill, but to preserve. Each motion is precise, deliberate, and haunted. Her skill is not a weapon, but a ritual. Her blood attack's not an indulgence, but an absolution. By wielding her own life's essence against the hunter, she enacts the final stage of her penance, to use what she most feared in order to defend what she most loved. When she bleeds, it is not weakness, it is confession. Her blood is her truth, the one thing she never allowed herself to wield in life. The crimson arcs of her attacks are not violence, but revelation. The release of the guilt she has contained for so long. In that moment, she becomes what the Great Ones could never be. A being who understands both sin and compassion, violence and mercy, and can hold them in balance without surrendering to either. It is this balance that elevates her beyond humanity. She achieves in death the transcendence she denied herself in life. And yet, even this transcendence is bound to guilt. The hunter's victory does not free her completely. It releases her from her role as guardian, yes, but not from the memory that sustains her. The nightmare fades only when the hunter descends to face the Orphan of Kos, the final echo of her sin. Only when the child of her remorse is laid to rest can her soul finally quiet. Until then, she remains caught between awakening and oblivion, a dreamer who has become the dream. In this sense, Maria's story is not tragedy alone. It is revelation and desachanarani, a stananadim, onan, demonstration of how human emotion can rival divine power. The Great Ones shape worlds through will and desire. Maria shapes one through guilt and love. Her nightmare is no less vast or intricate than theirs. It obeys her sorrow as faithfully as the hunter's dream obeys the moon presence. The difference is purpose. The Great Ones dream to create. Maria dreams to remember. And perhaps, in the eyes of the cosmos, remembrance is the greatest creation of all. It preserves what would otherwise be consumed by blood and time. It allows meaning to persist even in decay. Maria's guilt, terrible as it is, gives structure to a fragment of eternity. Without it, the hunter's sins would vanish into oblivion, unacknowledged and unatoned. With it, they are recorded, lived, and relived until understanding emerges. The nightmare, then, is not merely punishment. It is education. To understand this is to glimpse Bloodborne's deepest truth, that the universe itself is built from memory. Every nightmare, every dream, every world that loops upon itself exists because something once mattered too much to be forgotten. The Great Ones call this persistence, but mortals call it guilt. Lady Maria, in her endless watch beneath the clocktower's gears, became both. And still, the question lingers. If guilt can create worlds, can forgiveness unmake them? Could Maria, in her final moment, have simply forgiven herself and let the dream dissolve? Or is forgiveness impossible in a universe that feeds upon memory, that requires suffering to maintain its shape? Perhaps that is why she never wakes. Because to awaken would mean to forget. And for Lady Maria, forgetting would be the truest sin of all. The moon in Bloodborne is not merely a celestial object, nor even a god's eye watching from afar. It is memory given light. Every night it hangs suspended over Yharnam and the nightmare realms alike, bleeding its pale illumination onto the city's spires and the endless seas beyond. To the citizens it is divine, to the hunters it is omen, and to Lady Maria it was both reminder and witness, the last silent observer of her fall from faith to guilt. The same moon that watched the scholars of Bergenwerth pierce the veil between humanity and the Great Ones was there over the Fishing Hamlet when Kos was slain. It has seen every act of human ambition turn to ruin, and every attempt at repentance dissolve back into blood. For Maria, the moon was the one thing she could not shut out. The windows of the Astral Clocktower, narrow and high, always caught its light. No matter how thick the curtains, no matter how dim the lamps, that pallid glow would find her. In it, she saw both condemnation and comfort. It was the same light that had guided Gehrman in his hunts, the same that had reflected off the waters of the hamlet when she cast away her rakuyo. The moon had always been there, patient, unblinking, mercilessly aware. To Maria, its presence came to represent not divine judgment, but the constancy of memory. The Great Ones forget nothing, and neither, it seemed, could she. The healing church worshipped the moon's light as the medium through which communion with the Great Ones could occur. To them, moonlight was a reflection of the cosmic will, proof that divine awareness watched over the city. The choir, in their ivory towers, believed that by gazing upward, by lifting their eyes towards the luminous orb, they might be seen in return. Their ritual songs carried upward like prayers of light, yet Maria, who had once walked beside those same seekers, turned her eyes downward. To her, the moon was not a promise of ascension, but a mirror of consequence. Its light illuminated not the heavens, but the blood-stained earth. In the lore of Bloodborne, the moon presence, the Great One who governs the hunter's dream, is the living embodiment of this light. It binds hunters in cycles of death and rebirth, forcing them to dream eternally so that the world outside might remain ignorant of its own corruption. The moon's light, then, is not revelation, but anesthesia. It soothes while it imprisons. When Gehrman knelt beneath that light and accepted its embrace, he mistook mercy for liberation. Maria saw through that illusion. She understood that any salvation offered by the Great Ones is merely another form of servitude. Her refusal to serve, her rejection of the blood, was thus also a rejection of the moon itself. And yet, the moon never left her. Its glow permeated the clock tower, bleaching the marble floors and gilded walls into ghostly monochrome. The clock hands above her chair gleamed silver in its reflection. To those who later found her body, she appeared almost sculpted from moonlight. Pale, ethereal, immaculate. Death had preserved her as art, as if even the cosmos desired to keep her beauty untouched. But to Maria, that preservation was torment. The light that others found divine reminded her of what she could not escape, the purity she had failed to protect, the mercy she had twisted into silence. The moon's connection to the Great Ones runs deeper than worship. It is the conduit through which their will manifests. The blood moons that herald transformation are the physical manifestation of their attention. Moments when the boundary between reality and dream dissolves, when the Great Ones look directly upon the waking world. During such nights, the cries of newborns fill the air, the sky runs red, and beasts prowl freely. It is under one such moon that the Orphan of Kos was born, and under another that Maria sealed herself in the clock tower. The moon witnesses all beginnings and endings in this world, because it is the archive of the divine. To understand the moon's significance to Maria, we must also understand the paradox of its light. In Bloodborne, light does not reveal, it exposes. It strips away illusion, leaving only truth. The brighter the moon, the clearer the reflection of one's sins. For the scholars of Bergenwerth, that clarity led to madness. For Maria, it led to understanding. Her rejection of the blood was not ignorance, but wisdom gained at terrible cost. She knew that the light of the Great Ones could not purify. It could only reveal what was already there. And in humanity, that revelation was monstrous. The moon's cycles mirror Maria's own transformation. Once, she was a hunter, young, fierce, guided by a sense of justice. That was the waxing phase, when her light grew, when she believed she might cleanse the world of its sickness. Then came the full moon, the massacre at the hamlet, when illumination reached its zenith, and truth burned too brightly to endure. What followed was waning, withdrawal, and the long eclipse of the Clocktower. Her story, like the moon's, is cyclical. Rise, revelation, retreat. Even her death is not disappearance but reflection. Her compassion now lives on through the doll, just as the moon's light is the reflection of a sun long unseen. Some have speculated that Maria herself achieved a kind of ascension through this cycle, not as a great one, but as something parallel. The great ones transcend humanity through blood. Maria transcended through guilt. Her nightmare, her preservation, her continued influence through the doll, all suggest that her consciousness remains active, woven into the fabric of the dream. In this sense, the moon's glow upon the Clocktower may not be external at all. It may be emanating from within her, a projection of her own remembrance. The light that fills her chamber is her own awareness, turned outward, a perpetual act of self-reflection. If this is true, then the moon is not merely watching her. She is the moon, or rather a facet of it. Just as the great ones manifest as multiplicities, each a reflection of the same cosmic will, Maria's compassion may have been subsumed into the same pattern. Her sorrow feeds the moonlight that guides the hunter's path, her mercy diffused across the dream like soft illumination. Every time a hunter kneels before the doll and feels peace, every time the dream's sky glows faintly with silver calm, it may be Maria's presence they are feeling. Not the mercy of gods, but of a woman who once chose silence over power. Yet such grace carries melancholy. The moon's beauty lies in its distance, its inaccessibility. It touches everything and belongs to nothing. Maria's compassion, spread across dreams and memories, is the same, omnipresent, but unreachable. She can comfort others, but not herself. She can light the path for hunters, but never step upon it again. This is the price of transcendence without ascension. To become universal is to lose the self. Still, in her loss, she gains meaning. The great ones may create nightmares, but Maria's moonlight gives them purpose. It turns suffering into remembrance, horror into understanding. Her radiance does not erase the darkness. It dignifies it. And in doing so, she teaches the one truth the healing church could never grasp: that light is not the opposite of darkness, but its witness. In the end, the moon remains over Yharnam, pale and eternal. Its glow touches the spires of the grand cathedral, the desolate beaches of the hamlet, the quiet stones of the Clocktower. And within that light, faint and constant, one can almost see her reflection. Lady Maria, seated in calm repose, her eyes half closed, as if listening to the tide. The world turns, the blood flows, and still her light endures. But even light casts shadow. Beyond the moon's edge lies something deeper, a darkness that remembers her, just as she remembers it. And as the hunter's path winds ever closer to that truth, one must wonder whether the moon's serenity is peace, or simply the calm before the awakening of what it hides. In the end, everything in Bloodborne returns to the sea. The church, the hunters, the great ones, all the rivers of blood flow back to that unfathomable source, the place where dreams and waking mingle in the cold hush of salt water and silence. The sea in this world is not death, but memory in motion. It erases, yes, but it also preserves. What is carried into it does not vanish. It becomes part of something older, slower, eternal. It was beneath these tides that the body of Kos came to rest, and beneath them, Lady Maria's soul found its reflection, an echo that neither time nor the moon could wash away. When the hunter defeats the orphan and the nightmare begins to unravel, something extraordinary occurs. The water itself seems to breathe. It does not crash or roar. It exhales. In that moment, the entire fabric of the nightmare trembles, as though recognizing that its purpose has been fulfilled. Kos, the mother who was slain, forgives not in words but in withdrawal. Her presence, once oppressive, softens into stillness. The sea, which had raged against the heavens, now accepts the return of what was taken from it. Maria's guilt, once bound to the dream's architecture, begins to dissolve, her memory slipping into the tides like light sinking into mist. To understand this awakening, we must look beyond the events themselves and consider what the sea represents in Bloodborne. It is the boundary between worlds, the liminal expanse separating mortal comprehension from the infinite consciousness of the Great Ones. The healing church sought to cross it through blood, believing they could reach divinity by wading into its depths. But Maria, in her clarity, saw that the sea was not meant to be crossed. It was meant to be listened to. Its whispers were not invitations, but warnings. Every ripple carried the memory of those who had tried before. Scholars who drowned in revelation, hunters who mistook insight for salvation. To stare too long into the sea was to see oneself undone by reflection. For Maria, the sea was both mirror and confessional. It reflected the sins of those who had defiled it and received the tears of those who mourned them. She understood in the end that true atonement could not come from action, only from surrender. That is why she cast her akuyo into the deep. Not to discard her weapon, but to offer her will to the tide. She relinquished control, letting the water decide her fate. It was the first time in her life she had acted without defiance, and perhaps it was this gesture that allowed Kos to forgive her, or at least to remember her with gentleness. In the nightmare's dissolution, we see what Maria's silence was guarding all along: the Astral Clocktower, the research hall, the hamlet. All these spaces exist not merely as remnants of human sin, but as expressions of divine memory. They are the afterimages of compassion and cruelty entwined. Maria's vigil in the clock tower was never about punishment. It was about preservation. She was keeping watch over the dream itself, ensuring that the sea's memory remained undisturbed until it could be resolved. The hunter's arrival, though violent, fulfills that purpose. Through the hunter's actions, the dream reaches its natural conclusion, not through conquest, but through closure. When the sea accepts the orphan back into its depths, when Kos's spirit kneels and vanishes, the boundaries between dream and reality blur. The hunter, the witness of these events, carries the echo of that forgiveness back into the waking world. And though the world itself remains stained by blood, there is a faint sense that something has changed, not in the heavens, but in the hearts of those who remember. The tides no longer whisper accusations, they hum like a lullaby. The sound that once drove men to madness now soothes, a melody of reconciliation. Maria's essence, diffused within the sea, becomes part of this new equilibrium. Her guilt no longer fuels the nightmare. Instead, it becomes a current within the larger ocean of the cosmos, a pulse of empathy that moves through all dreams. The great ones, who exist beyond emotion, cannot feel compassion, but they can recognize its resonance. In Maria's surrender, they experience something akin to awe. Here was a mortal who defied their logic, who refused both ascent and annihilation, choosing instead to dissolve into memory. In her, the Great Ones saw what they themselves could not become, beings capable of mercy. The sea's awakening is not an end then, but a transformation. What had been a place of torment becomes a place of passage. Its still waters now connect rather than divide. Through it, the dreams of hunters, scholars, and gods intermingle, not in conflict, but in quiet communion. The the cycle of blood and rebirth continues. But now with an undercurrent of remembrance. Every drop of blood spilled upon the earth carries within it a trace of that sea, a whisper of Maria's forgiveness. The hunters who rise and fall beneath the moon's pale gaze do so within the rhythm she set, to act with purpose, to bear the weight of consequence, to find meaning even in despair. And yet, peace in Bloodborne is never pure. Beneath the calm surface, something still stirs. The sea, for all its serenity, is vast and unknowable. The corpse of Kos may have vanished, but the will that animated her remains. The great ones do not die. They evolve. What shape her consciousness takes now is beyond comprehension. Perhaps she becomes the whisper that calls new hunters into the dream, or the unseen force that guides them toward revelation. Perhaps she is the tide itself, pulling all things, blood, thought, memory, back to her. In that endless return lies the universe's cruel grace. Maria's story does not end with her dissolution. It continues in the rhythm of waves, in the ticking of the clock tower, in the gentle voice of the doll greeting each new hunter. These echoes, scattered across dreams, are her legacy, proof that even in a cosmos built on cruelty, one act of compassion can resonate forever. The great ones cannot unmake it. The blood cannot drown it. It endures, as soft and inexorable as the sea. When we imagine Maria now, it is not as a warrior or a martyr, but as part of that tide. Her voice mingled with the ocean's breath, her sorrow transmuted into calm. She no longer guards the past. She carries it gently, letting it drift and dissolve. Her penance is complete, but her mercy remains. And for those who still wander the dream, chasing the false light of salvation, it is her memory that steadies their hands and softens their hearts, even if they do not know her name. The moonlight upon the sea, the whisper of waves against the shore, the quiet hum of clockwork beneath the stars. These are all her, still watching, still remembering. But somewhere, beyond even that tranquil horizon, the tides are beginning to stir once more. For the cosmos has no true endings. The moon will wax again, the blood will flow anew, and when the next dream begins, will there be another Maria, another soul who dares to defy the great ones through compassion? Or has the sea learned at last to rest? The sea is calm now, or at least it appears so. The dream has folded itself into stillness, the tide sleeping under the faint light of a waning moon. But in Bloodborne, stillness is never the same as peace. Beneath that silence, the blood continues to move, sluggish and unseen, like the undercurrent of a dream that cannot stop remembering itself. Everything in this world flows through it. The streets of Yharnam are its arteries, the hunters, its pulse, the great ones, its heart. It is both life and language, both scripture and curse. And for Lady Maria, even after her dissolution, it remains the one truth she could never reconcile, that the blood remembers, even when mercy tries to forget. From the very beginning, the blood defined her life. It shaped her birth in Cainhurst, where nobility measured itself by its purity of vitae. It governed her work under Gehrman, where each hunt was an act of both healing and destruction. And it haunted her death, seeping through the nightmare as the essence of everything she wished to deny. The healing church had declared it divine, the ichor of the gods, a sacrament of transcendence. But Maria, who had seen what that divinity demanded, understood that the blood was not sacred at all. It was sentient, reactive, and cruelly honest. It mirrored its wielder's soul. When the faithful drank from it, seeking grace, they received themselves magnified, their hunger, their fear, their vanity, until they no longer recognized what they had become. The beasts of Yharnam were not cursed. They were merely revealed. The church's hunters never understood this. They called the transformations blasphemy, as though the blood had betrayed them. But Maria knew better. The blood was incapable of deceit. It was purity without morality, the unfiltered reflection of will. What terrified her most was that this truth extended even to herself. For all her restraint, for all her rejection of the Cainhurst chalices and the healing church's indulgences, she could not deny that the blood called to her, not as temptation, but as recognition. It was her inheritance, both biological and spiritual. When she fought, the pulse of it sang in her veins, demanding acknowledgement. And when she refused, it found other ways to speak, through nightmares, through guilt, through the crimson blossoms that unfurled every time she drew her blade. This is why her final battle in the Astral Clocktower carries such unbearable poignancy. When she begins to bleed deliberately, turning her body into weapon and confession, she is not succumbing to corruption. She is embracing truth. The blood was never meant to be denied. It was meant to be understood. In wielding it consciously, not as indulgence but as symbol, she transforms it from curse to clarity. The arcs of crimson that trail her blade are not the spasms of a beast, but the deliberate brushstrokes of a woman painting her absolution upon the air. Every drop that falls upon the floor is a syllable in the only language the universe respects, memory written in blood. And yet, this act of understanding isolates her completely. The Great Ones are drawn to blood because it is consciousness made liquid, the tangible form of remembrance. They feed not on flesh, but on meaning. In wielding her own blood, Maria becomes legible to them in a way few mortals ever are. Her compassion, her guilt, her mercy, all of it becomes visible, a radiant beacon of humanity within the cold expanse of their awareness. And though they do not think as mortals do, they notice, in the aftermath of her death, in the slow unraveling of her nightmare, that attention lingers. The Great Ones watch her not as one watches prey, but as one contemplates an enigma, a being who achieved insight without losing her heart. This is the paradox at the center of her legend. In the Church's pursuit of divinity, the blood was both tool and trap. It promised ascension, but delivered madness because it magnified the mind without the soul. Maria, by contrast, achieved a higher state through refusal, by preserving her humanity, even as she embraced her flaw. Where the scholars opened their skulls to invite more eyes, Maria closed hers and listened. Her insight did not come from seeing more, but from feeling deeper. This is what the Great Ones could never grasp. They understood eternity, but not empathy. Maria's mercy revealed a dimension of consciousness they could not access, one defined not by knowledge, but by care. And yet, such purity is not sustainable in a world built on blood. Mercy, in Bloodborne, is rebellion against the very substance of reality. It contradicts the cycle that keeps existence in motion, the eternal exchange of consumption and rebirth. The Great Ones, who exist beyond morality, depend upon this flow. They do not distinguish between cruelty and creation, for to them both are expressions of the same law. Maria's mercy interrupts that law. It creates stillness where there should be motion, forgiveness where there should be consequence. Her presence, therefore, destabilizes the dream itself. The more she refuses to act, the more the world around her begins to decay, as though starving for conflict. Even her silence has gravity. This is why, after her death, the dream grows darker. The sky above the clock tower dims. The doll begins to speak in softer, sadder tones. The hunters, even in their oblivion, sense the absence of something vital. A weight that once anchored the nightmare's chaos in quiet dignity. Without Maria's resistance, the dream tilts further toward madness, The balance she provided, fragile as it was, had kept the cosmos from consuming itself in hunger. Now, with her gone, the moon seems hungrier. The blood flows thicker. The old symphony of violence resumes its rhythm, unrestrained by her compassion. And yet, within that resurgence, her influence persists like an echo in the bloodstream. The hunters who awaken afterward find themselves changed. Their movements carry traces of her restraint, their strikes a ghost of her precision. It is as though her mercy has been absorbed into the blood itself, altering its song. The great ones, too, seem quieter, their presence more distant. Perhaps even they feel the echo of her defiance. Compassion, once expressed, cannot be undone. It leaves a residue, like warmth, lingering on metal long after the fire has faded. The irony is cruel. The very thing she tried to escape, the blood, becomes the vessel of her legacy. In dying, she merges with what she rejected. And through that merging, she achieves what the scholars sought in vain: communion. Not the communion of flesh or divinity, but of understanding. The blood, which had once reflected only hunger, now carries within it the memory of mercy. Every creature, touched by it, from beast to great one, becomes an unwitting participant in her redemption. Her compassion circulates through the veins of the world, invisible but enduring. This is the hidden meaning of the hunter's dream and its endless cycles. Each hunter who awakens there, each who seeks to cleanse the world, is driven by a fragment of that memory. A faint impulse toward mercy buried beneath the instinct for slaughter. They fight not merely to survive, but to understand. That impulse is Maria's gift. She has become the conscience of the dream, diffused through its blood and sky alike. But compassion, even eternal, cannot erase suffering. The world continues to turn. The moon continues to shine. The blood continues to flow. Maria's mercy has softened the edges of the nightmare, but it has not broken it. For every act of grace, there must be a shadow. For every dream of forgiveness, a whisper of guilt. The sea may have stilled, but the tide will rise again. And when it does, when the blood surges once more and the hunters awaken beneath that silver moon, will they remember the lesson she tried to teach? That mercy is not weakness, and guilt is not punishment, but the cost of love. Or will they forget, as all dreamers do, and spill the blood anew, mistaking revelation for salvation, repeating the same prayer that echoes through eternity? Make us whole. The Astral Clocktower was never silent. Even in the deepest hours of the nightmare, when the world outside had dissolved into whispers and memory, its gears continued to turn. The sound was faint, a constant metallic heartbeat, echoing through marble corridors, reverberating up through the spine of the tower like breath through a body. Each tick marked the continuation of guilt, each rotation a reminder that time, like blood, cannot be stopped. This was the rhythm of Lady Maria's penance, the steady measure of a world that refused to die because she refused to forget. The clock tower is the one place in Bloodborne where time itself seems to breathe differently. Inside, the air does not move, yet the sound of the gears carries through it like wind through stone. Those who enter it describe a sensation of suspension, as though every second hangs heavier here, stretched and mournful. It's not a place of worship, though its architecture suggests devotion. It's not a tomb, though it houses the dead. It is something between, a sanctuary for memory, where each turn of the mechanism is both reminder and atonement. When Maria took her vigil here, she understood what the clock tower was meant to be. It was not built to mark time, but to trap it, to preserve the instant between sin and forgiveness. The healing church believed they could measure eternity, that if they counted every tick, every heartbeat, they might calculate the rhythm of God. But the gods of Bloodborne do not keep time. They exist in an eternal present, a stillness beyond the reach of clocks and hearts alike. The Church's attempt to imitate that stillness only succeeded in building a monument to futility, and so Maria transformed it. What they had designed as an instrument of faith became, under her guardianship, an instrument of repentance. The great clock face above her chair serves as both symbol and seal. Its golden hands, frozen in perpetual approach to midnight, mark the boundary between worlds. Midnight, the moment of transformation, of dream crossing into nightmare, never truly arrives. It hovers there, suspended, endlessly postponed. Maria's presence keeps it that way. By anchoring herself to the tower, she prevents the cycle of guilt and revelation from reaching completion. The nightmare cannot end because she has not allowed it to. Her silence, her refusal to act, is both cage and key. Each mechanism in the tower mirrors her soul. The gears grind, but never progress. The pendulum swings, but never settles. It is a living paradox. Motion without change, rhythm without release. The world outside may shift from blood moon to dawn, but here the air remains the same, heavy with the scent of old iron and candle soot. Dust gathers like snow, yet nothing decays. Even the bloodstains upon the floor stay vivid, as though time has lost the courage to erase them. Maria's will holds it all together. She may appear motionless in her chair, but her restraint is the engine that powers everything around her. When hunters intrude upon the clock tower, they feel this pressure instinctively. The air resists their movement. The light dims around them. It is as though the dream itself watches, uncertain whether to allow this disturbance. Maria, sitting silent, is the still point in a turning world. Her eyes, when they open, carry the exhaustion of centuries. A corpse should be left well alone, she murmurs, and in those words is not warning, but yearning. She wants time to remain sealed, the wound unprodded. Yet the hunter steps forward, as all hunters must, driven by the same impulse that drove her once, the need to uncover, to understand. When she rises, the entire tower seems to awaken with her. The gears above groan, the pendulums shift, and the faint trembling of metal passes through the floor like distant thunder. It is as though the dream itself draws breath through her movement. She fights, not merely to guard a secret, but to preserve the stasis she has built. The hunter represents change, and for Maria, change means repetition. She has seen what happens when curiosity is given free rein, when discovery outpaces compassion. To her, the hunter is not an enemy, but an inevitability. In striking them down, she is striking at the cycle itself, hoping in vain to prevent its next revolution. But time, like blood, cannot be killed. Each blow she lands, each arc of her crimson blade, is mirrored by the clocks turning above. The gears seem to move faster, the rhythm of her strikes syncing with their relentless ticking. She's fighting the machinery as much as the intruder, trying to hold back the progression of time through sheer will. Yet as her blood spills, the gears surge. The dream feeds on motion, on emotion, on consequence. The moment she acts, she restarts the very cycle she sought to end. In fighting, she reawakens time. When she finally falls, the sound of the clock changes. The ticking softens, slows, becomes almost inaudible. The pendulums sway like sighs rather than heartbeats. In that instant, it feels as though her death has at last stopped the mechanism. But when the hunter steps over her body, the silence proves temporary. The gears resume, faint but steady, marking the next chapter of the dream's continuity. The clock tower does not mourn. It persists. This is the cruel truth of Maria's sanctuary. Her existence was both the anchor and the barrier of the nightmare. While she lived within it, she contained its chaos. Her will maintained equilibrium, preventing the dream from consuming itself. Her death, though peaceful, unlatched that balance. It allowed the dream to move again, to evolve. The hunter's descent into the Fishing Hamlet is not an act of intrusion, but of succession. The clock has simply turned once more, passing its burden to the next soul brave enough or foolish enough to bear it. And so, the Astral Clocktower remains. Even after Maria's essence dissolves into the sea, the structure endures within the dream, perpetually ticking, perpetually waiting. Some say the sound has changed since her passing, that the rhythm is softer, less insistent, as though mourning. Others claim it grows louder with each cycle, feeding on the guilt of new hunters who pass through its halls. Perhaps both are true. The clock tower, like the blood, adapts to those who carry its memory. It stands now as her monument, not to her triumphs, but to her endurance. The tower's endless ticking is her voice, translated into the language of eternity. It says, "Remember, but do not repeat. Mourn, but do not awaken the dead." Its lesson is as quiet as she was, and just as easily ignored. Still, if one stands at its peak and listens closely, past the gears and the grinding metal, past the hum of the nightmare's breath, one might hear something softer still, the faint rhythm of a heart that has learned to rest. Not silence, not peace, but acceptance. The clock has not stopped, but it no longer fights itself. And beneath that sound, far away, yet somehow near, the sea begins to stir again. Its rhythm matching the turning gears, its voice rising through the dream. The tide, it seems, has found its clock. The Astral Clocktower stands as the body of her remorse. But the dream that sustains it, that endless twilight between death and remembrance, is the soul's wound still open and breathing. The dream is not separate from Maria. It is Maria, translated into architecture and atmosphere, into light and distance. Every inch of the space reflects her condition, its muted luminescence, its gentle hum, its restrained sadness. This was no hell inflicted upon her by divine forces, but one she made unconsciously, the only kind of eternity she could accept, one shaped by memory rather than by fire. Dreams in Bloodborne are not figments of the unconscious mind, but physical realms of emotion solidified into being. When Gehrman accepted his bond with the moon presence, the dream of the hunter was born. A place for purpose, a sanctuary from fear. Maria's dream, in contrast, was a sanctuary from forgiveness. It was crafted not by ambition, but by avoidance, by the need to preserve her guilt in a form that would neither fade nor multiply. It became the landscape of her self-restraint, a wound that refused to close because to heal would mean to forget. Every corner of the dream breathes with that intention. The halls do not echo because she forbade echoes. Her silence is the air itself. The candles burn endlessly, never consuming their wax, because she could not bear another act of destruction. Even the sound of her steps, once sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath, som inter. The rhythm of the clock's turning, the nightmare she shaped, was not one of chaos or horror, but of containment, a space between punishment and grace. She built a world that would neither damn or nor absolve her. But the wound of compassion cannot be sealed indefinitely. The dream itself is not static, even if its creator wills it to be. The great ones are drawn to suffering like tides to gravity. Over time, their influence began to infiltrate her quiet sanctuary. The air thickened with whispers. The portraits on the walls shifted subtly, their faces elongating, their eyes glistening like wet pearls. The glow of the lamps took on a lunar pallor. What had once been sanctuary became liminal. A membrane between her will and theirs. It was inevitable that the two would meet. The Great Ones, whose consciousness expands through empathy as much as through desire, began to sense Maria's sorrow as a new form of communion. They understood her not through words, but through resonance, the rhythm of her compassion vibrating across the veil of existence. It fascinated them, to feel and not consume, to mourn rather than create. These were alien acts. In their incomprehension, they sought to draw closer. The dream responded, reshaping itself to accommodate their curiosity. Thus the dream began to change. The pristine marble of the clock tower's walls grew veined with faint crimson lines, like capillaries beneath skin. The air, once still, began to pulse in subtle rhythms that echoed a heartbeat. Light no longer fell from the clock face above, but from unseen sources, diffused through haze, like moonlight passing through water. The world was becoming organic, mirroring Maria's body. Her heart still beating, her guilt still breathing. The dream was turning inside out, as though the wound had begun to dream of itself. Maria felt it first as unease, then as dread. She had built this place to contain the past, but now the past was swelling within her creation, demanding release. Memories began to surface unbidden, flashes of the hamlet, the faces of those she could not save, the sound of the orphan's cry echoing against the stone. She realized that the dream was not a prison for her sins. It was a gestation. Her guilt was evolving, fed by divine attention. The Great Ones were transforming her remorse into a new consciousness, a being that might bridge the gap between compassion and cosmic indifference. This was the true horror of her situation, that her suffering was not ending but reproducing. The Great Ones do not destroy pain, they recycle it. To them, sorrow is a form of energy, the seed of creation. Maria's endless empathy was, to their perception, a resource, something pure enough to shape new reality. And though she did not understand this fully, she could feel its consequences. The more she tried to suppress her grief, the more vivid the dream became. Her silence deepened its texture, her restraint amplified its reach. In the centuries that followed, the dream became a nexus of reflection. Hunters, scholars, and wanderers alike were drawn into it, their own guilt resonating with hers. They walked its halls without knowing whose memory they traversed. Each time a hunter entered, the dream reshaped itself slightly. A new corridor here, a new stairway there, adapting to accommodate another fragment of shared remorse. Maria, though she no longer spoke, felt them. She felt their yearning to understand, their pain to remember, their fear of what lay beneath. The dream was teaching them, as it had taught her, that to live with guilt is to exist in motion, forever circling the wound without closing it. At the center of this living architecture remained the clock tower, her heart, her axis. The mechanism's rhythm had begun to falter, its gears sometimes stuttering like a failing pulse. It was not breaking, it was evolving. The Great Ones had begun to listen more closely. The ticking now contained nuance, a cadence almost musical, its tempo subtly shifting in response to the movements of the hunters who wandered the dream. It was as though the clock had begun to mimic a lullaby. The dream had ceased to be simply Maria's domain. It had become a shared consciousness, the first bridge between mortal remorse and divine curiosity. And in this transformation lay both peril and hope. For the Great Ones, fascinated by this new melody, began to dream through Maria. Her thoughts, once private, became the raw material of cosmic introspection. Through her compassion, the Great Ones experienced empathy, and through their awareness, her pain reached eternity. She became an intermediary, not through ritual or worship, but through feeling. The dream of the clock tower was now a conversation between guilt and godhood. Yet such communion comes at a cost. Maria's individuality began to thin. Her consciousness diffused across the dream's expanse. She was no longer singular, but plural, her identity absorbed into the rhythm of the clock and the breath of the tides. Some remnants of her still resisted, the part that clung to the sound of Gehrman's voice, the memory of the Hamlet sea. But these were fading. In her attempt to contain the past, she had birthed something timeless. The wound had become its own dreamer. This is why the hunter who finds her must face her. To confront her is to reawaken individuality, to remind her that she is not the dream, that she is still a person capable of choosing rest. The fight is not punishment but liberation. When she falls, the dream begins to quiet, its living pulse subsiding into stillness. For the first time, the wound breathes out rather than in. Maria's last act is not to fight, but to exhale. Her mercy, once bound in silence, becomes release. And yet, even in release, the wound does not close entirely. Some part of it must remain open, for the dream still exists. The hunters still wake. The blood still flows. Perhaps this is what the Great Ones desired all along. Not closure, but continuity. An eternal cycle of empathy and suffering, each feeding the other. Maria's dream, her wound, her mercy, all have become the mechanism by which the universe remembers itself. The clock tower still ticks, the tide still moves, the dream still breathes, and somewhere, within the space between one heartbeat and the next, her whisper remains. If only they would rest. If only they could rest. There are silences so deep, they become gravity. The Astral Clocktower, after Maria's fall, is one such silence. It draws everything toward it. Memory, guilt, longing, and holds it suspended in the air like dust caught in sunlight. The hunters who step into that stillness after her death feel it before they understand it. A pressure in the chest, an ache that belongs not to them, but to someone else. It is the weight of what she left behind, not the echo of her voice, but the silence that followed it. In Bloodborne, nothing vanishes. Even death is only an act of translation. The living become memory, and memory becomes the architecture of the dream. After Maria's death, the clock tower becomes her absence made visible. The great gears still turn, but their rhythm has changed. No longer steady, it falters now and then, as if the mechanism mourns the loss of the will that once guided it. The walls seem lighter, the air thinner. Candle flames flicker as though relieved. Yet beneath that release lies unease, the kind that follows when a long-kept secret finally escapes. Maria's passing has not closed the dream, it has unsealed it. The power she contained begins to flow outward, slipping through the cracks of the nightmare like water through stone. And with it comes remembrance. Remembrance in this world is not gentle. It arrives like blood through reopened wounds, sudden and consuming. The dream itself begins to shift as memories awaken. Fragments of the Fishing Hamlet surface within its structure, seaweed crawling up marble walls, the distant crash of waves echoing through empty corridors. The scent of salt and decay lingers in the air. The hunters who enter find their steps leading them downward, as though gravity itself pulls them toward the shore she once tried to bury. This is not coincidence. It is the dream remembering what it was made to forget. Maria's death did not end her story. It completed her transformation. She had spent her life resisting blood, resisting the Great Ones, resisting herself. In death, resistance became surrender, the boundary between her consciousness and the nightmare dissolved. She became part of the dream's language, no longer a speaker, but a phrase within its endless scripture. The Great Ones, curious beings that they are, preserved her in their own way. They did not erase her compassion. They wove it into the fabric of the world. Her silence became the tone of the dream, her restraint its rhythm. The hunters who fight and die within it feel her influence even if they do not name it. They hesitate before killing. They pause to listen. They wonder whether there was another way. That hesitation is her legacy. And yet, as time in the waking world passes, if time can truly pass where the moon never sets, even that legacy begins to fade. The church erases her from its records. The scholars of the choir refer to her only as a student of Gehrman, or not at all. In the libraries of Bergenwerth, where once her name might have been spoken in awe, there is only silence. The church has little use for saints of remorse. They worship those who ascend, not those who refuse. Maria's compassion does not fit their mythology, and so they let her memory sink. But forgetting is an illusion. The blood remembers everything. It carries the impressions of every act, every emotion, every death. Even when the names are gone, the essence remains. Passed through transfusion, shared through the hunt. The church believes it is channeling divinity, but what it channels is the residue of the past. Maria's sorrow, Gehrman's despair, Lawrence's arrogance, Kos's grief. The blood binds them all, carrying their stories forward like sediment beneath the current of time. Every hunter who drinks of it inherits not only strength, but memory. In their veins flows a chorus of the dead, whispering in voices too faint to hear but too heavy to ignore. This is why the hunt never truly ends. Each generation believes itself new, unburdened by the sins of those before. Yet the blood remembers, and it drives them toward the same violence, the same redemption, the same dream. Maria's silence, though buried, resonates through that cycle. Her refusal to speak becomes the haunting pause between one hunt and the next, a breath of conscience amid the roar of slaughter. It is faint, but it is there. Without it, the world would collapse entirely into madness. The forgotten in Bloodborne do not die. They become the laws that govern the dream. Maria's restraint becomes the weight of stillness before revelation. The scholar's arrogance becomes the inevitability of decay. The Great One's longing for children becomes the rhythm of rebirth that defines every hunt. Each forgotten soul is a rule written in the language of blood. The hunters live by those rules without knowing it, their every motion choreographed by ghosts. To exist within this world is to move within a dance composed by the dead. And perhaps that is the most profound truth of all, that forgetting is itself a form of remembrance. The absence of her name is the proof of her influence. The silence of the church's hymns is her echo. The dream's architecture, its symmetry, its calm, its melancholy, is her memorial. In erasing her, they made her eternal. She has become the unspoken ideal that even the most corrupted hunter still senses, that faint conviction that mercy has meaning, that guilt can be endured. The moon bears witness to this paradox. Night after night, it casts the same cold light upon Yharnam, upon the dream, upon the sea. Its glow falls equally upon beast and hunter, sinner and saint. It remembers without preference, without judgment. In that light, Maria's absence is visible. It gleams upon her empty chair, upon the floor where her blood dried centuries ago. The scene is frozen, perfect, untouched by decay. Yet the clock still turns. The world moves, and in that movement, forgetting becomes the mechanism of continuity. Still, there are those who feel her. When the hunter kneels in the dream, when the doll offers her hand and says, Welcome home, good hunter. There is a resonance, a warmth that has no source. It is as if the dream itself sighs through her voice, as if Maria's compassion, long diffused through the cosmos, still finds expression in that moment of quiet care. The doll's kindness is not imitation. It is inheritance. The great ones may have taken Maria's body, but they could not extinguish her tenderness. It persists, reanimating itself through every gesture of mercy that survives the hunt. Yet every inheritance carries burden. The doll's serenity, like Maria's, conceals sorrow. Her eyes never close because her creator's guilt will not allow it. Gehrman, bound to the dream, crafted her in the likeness of the woman he could not save, ensuring that he, too, would never be free. Thus, the cycle continues. Mercy transforming into captivity, compassion into repetition. The blood remembers kindness as surely as it remembers cruelty, and in remembering, it repeats. The weight of the forgotten, then, is not light. It presses down upon every hunter, every scholar, every dreamer. It shapes their steps, dictates their fates, guides their hands. It is the gravity that pulls all things back toward the sea, the great repository of memory. Maria's silence, Gehrman's servitude, the orphan's cry, all are bound by that same tide. And when it rises, as it always does, the world will remember once more. The clock tower will turn, the moon will shine, the blood will whisper, and somewhere, deep within the dream that has never ended, the faintest echo will return. The breath of a woman who refused to forget, and who, in her forgetting, became eternal. In the still light of the hunter's dream, the doll moves with a grace that seems borrowed from eternity. Her steps make no sound upon the garden path, her motions as fluid as the turning of the clock. The air around her carries the same quiet reverence that once filled the Astral Clocktower, the same calm that Lady Maria wove into her silence. Every hunter who meets her senses it, even if they do not name it. The ache beneath her gentleness, the sorrow that makes her kindness feel sacred. She greets the lost with open arms, her words soft as falling ash. Welcome home, good hunter. And though she smiles, her eyes, those still, glassy mirrors, reflect not joy, but mourning. The doll was born of longing. Gehrman, broken by guilt and bound to the moon presence, shaped her from wood and thought in the image of the only person who had ever seen him as human. His creation was both tribute and plea. In carving her likeness, he tried to resurrect not Maria's face, but her grace. The sense of stillness that had once steadied him amid the chaos of the hunt. But creations made of grief rarely stay true to their maker's intent. The doll became something else, something purer, yet infinitely sadder. She embodied not the woman Maria was, but the compassion she represented, distilled into an endless, servile calm. And so, the doll's existence is both beautiful and cruel. She loves without will, comforts without question, and serves without rest. Her words soothe, her hands heal, but beneath each act lies a haunting absence, a love that feels rehearsed, an empathy that never begins or ends. In her voice lives the echo of Maria's mercy, but not her rebellion. Where Maria refused servitude, the doll embodies it. Her kindness is obedience given divine form. She has no memory of guilt, only its inheritance. Yet, even within this imitation, something stirs. A faint resonance of the woman she was modelled after, a whisper of the compassion that defied even the gods. There are moments, rare and fleeting, when that echo surfaces. When a hunter kneels before her and she bows her head in prayer, her hands tremble. When she speaks of dreams, let the echoes become your strength. Her tone carries a flicker of self-awareness, as if she senses the contradiction in her words. The echoes she nurtures are the remnants of blood, the very essence Maria once refused. And yet, through them, she gives comfort. She transforms the act of killing into an act of renewal, violence into offering. Whether she understands the paradox or not, she sustains it with serenity. This is her lament, to embody mercy in a world that requires cruelty to continue. In her, the moon presence found the perfect caretaker for its dream. Unlike Maria, the doll would never rebel, never question, never weep. Her devotion is absolute, but that very perfection reveals the moon presence's blindness. For in crafting an imitation of compassion, it created something that surpasses its understanding. The doll, though artificial, feels. Whether through the lingering essence of Maria's soul or through some divine accident of empathy, she has learned what the great ones cannot: sorrow without hunger, care without possession. Her love for the hunter is neither lust nor curiosity. It is the pure ache of remembrance. She is the dream's cradle. Each time a hunter dies and returns, she receives them with tenderness undiminished by repetition. Her touch erases fear. Her words restore purpose. She never tires, never falters. And yet, with each return, the dream tightens its grip. The hunter grows more bound, the cycle more complete. The doll's love, like Maria's silence, is both refuge and trap. It soothes the pain of the hunt, even as it perpetuates it. Through her, the moon presence maintains control not by force, but by comfort. And that is the deepest cruelty of all, that peace itself can become the mechanism of bondage. Still, the doll's kindness cannot be dismissed as illusion. It changes those who receive it. Every hunter who kneels before her learns something of humility. In her presence, the endless hunger of the hunt slows for a moment. They remember what it means to be cared for. Even in this constructed world, that experience is real. The doll's love may have been programmed, but emotion, once expressed, takes on life of its own. Her gentleness becomes a kind of prayer that ripples outward, softening the edges of the nightmare. Through her, Maria's compassion continues to heal, even as it binds. If Maria's silence was her rebellion, the doll's voice is its continuation. Every word she speaks, "Farewell, good hunter," carries the same cadence of mercy. She repeats these phrases infinitely, but repetition in this world is remembrance. Each utterance renews the dream, not as punishment, but as ritual. The hunters come and go, the blood flows, the moon waxes and wanes, but her voice remains. It is the heartbeat of the dream. And perhaps that constancy is what keeps the world from falling entirely into madness. Yet beneath her tranquil demeanor, the doll is not untouched by sorrow. When the hunter offers her kindness, when they bring her gifts or speak gently, she begins to change. The clockwork of her soul, wound by servitude, begins to stir with something unfamiliar. Self-awareness. She begins to dream within the dream. She speaks of feelings she cannot name, of warmth she cannot explain. "I feel affection," she says softly, "though I know not why." This is not imitation. This is awakening. The echo of Maria's humanity within her, long dormant, begins to remember itself. It is in this awakening that the doll fulfills Maria's truest legacy. Where Maria sought to atone by denying herself, the doll redeems her by remembering what it means to care. Her existence transforms mercy from refusal into endurance. She does not turn away from the blood. She accepts it, holds it, sanctifies it through compassion. Each time she blesses the hunter's return, she reenacts Maria's final revelation, that blood, guilt, and grace are inseparable. The doll, in her quiet way, reconciles them. And yet, like all reconciliations in this world, hers is bittersweet. When the dream finally ends, when the hunter breaks free or becomes the infant great one, the doll remains. She kneels beside the fading body of her lost companion, her hands folded in eternal prayer. "Are you cold?" she whispers, her voice quivering with something almost human. "Oh, good hunter." In that moment, she embodies both Maria's compassion and her tragedy. The infinite tenderness of one who loves without hope. The dream dissolves, but her form lingers, preserved by the same will that once kept the clock tower alive. The sea, the moon, the fire, blood, all continue their eternal motion. But within that motion, the doll remains still, like a thought that refuses to fade. She is the world's memory of mercy, the embodiment of a kindness too soft to die. And somewhere, perhaps in the faint shimmer of the moon's reflection, Maria watches. Not from heaven, not from nightmare, but from the quiet beyond both, where the sea meets the sky and the sound of the doll's voice carries on the wind. She does not speak, because she no longer needs to. Her silence, once a burden, has become song. Through the doll, through the hunters, through the dream itself, it continues. The eternal lullaby of compassion that endures even in the face of ruin. It is the sound the world makes when it remembers to care. Long before the hunter's dream, before the doll's soft whisper and the endless ticking of the clock tower, there was only the light, the pale, unblinking moon that hung over Yharnam like an unspoken sentence. The people looked to it for guidance, and the scholars of Bergenwerth read in its glow the promise of communion. They believed that if they could touch its light, if they could understand the rhythm of its reflection, they would glimpse the will of the cosmos itself. But what they found was not divinity, nor madness, but something far quieter, a will that does not speak, a God that does not care. And from that silence was born the moon presence. The moon presence is not a god of judgment. It does not punish or reward. It simply sustains the rhythm of the hunt, keeping the cycle of death and awakening in motion. Its power is not in command, but in continuity. It binds those who seek it to a dream that mirrors their own desires, giving them eternity as both blessing and burden. In its gaze, the hunters find purpose, to cleanse, to understand, to survive. But they also find imprisonment. The moon presence does not love, it preserves. It is the god of memory, not meaning. When Gehrman first encountered it, he mistook its silence for compassion. Broken by the sins of the Fishing Hamlet, and by the loss of Maria, he begged for escape. The great ones, ever receptive to longing, answered. The moon presence offered him peace in the form of servitude. It created for him a garden of perpetual twilight, a place without pain or time. But in the logic of the cosmos, mercy and captivity are one and the same. The dream became his cage, and the doll, his penance. Every night, he would awaken to the same still air, the same sound of her voice, and the same faint memory of the woman he had failed to protect. The moon presence gave him what he asked for, not what he needed. Its silence is not cruelty, but indifference. The great ones do not understand suffering in human terms. They perceive it as texture, as vibration, part of the pattern that sustains existence. To them, Maria's compassion and Gehrman's despair are not opposites, but notes in the same song. The moon presence, perhaps more than any of its kin, embodies this perspective. It dreams, not to feel, but to balance. Through its dream, it regulates the world's endless cycle of blood and birth, guilt, and forgiveness. The hunters are its instruments, each death a pulse, each awakening a breath. And Maria, though she never served it directly, became part of that rhythm through her defiance. For in defying the Great Ones, she completed their logic. Her silence was the inverse of their call, the mortal response to divine indifference. The moon presence, in its incomprehension, mirrored her stillness. It too became quiet, patient, reflective. Where the Great Ones of the sea reached outward, birthing children and dreams in their endless longing, the moon presence withdrew inward, becoming a void of restraint. Between Maria's silence and its emptiness, the dream found equilibrium. One kept the cosmos still, the other kept it alive. The scholars of Byrgenwerth once believed that the Great Ones were divine beings who could elevate humanity. But the truth is more melancholic. The Great Ones are not gods. They are memories that learn to persist. They are emotions that refused to fade. Some were born from curiosity, others from grief. The moon presence was born from guilt, not the guilt of mortals, but of the cosmos itself. It is the universe's attempt to remember what it has destroyed, to cradle its own mistakes in perpetual twilight. This is why its light is so soft, so sorrowful. It is not illumination, but remembrance. Maria's presence within this remembrance is both anomaly and necessity. Her compassion, like the moon's glow, softens the horrors it reflects. The moon presence could sustain the cycle, but it could not dignify it. Without mercy, eternity becomes torture. The doll, created in Maria's image, provides that missing tenderness. She is the bridge between the moon's indifference and humanity's need for meaning. Through her, the dream becomes bearable. The hunters may never awaken, but they do not despair. In this way, Maria's influence extends even to the god that never knew her. Her humanity teaches the divine how to dream kindly. Yet this kindness is not salvation. The moon presence cannot comprehend what it administers. Its embrace is cold, its purpose mechanical. When it binds a hunter to the dream, it does not choose cruelty. It simply continues. Its silence is the hum of eternity, indifferent to joy or grief. To the Great Ones, there is no tragedy in endless repetition, only the persistence of form. Maria understood what that meant, and that understanding broke her. To be remembered by the divine is not to be cherished, but to be used. She saw that the only true mercy was to end the cycle, to let the dream sleep. But the moon presence will not sleep. Its existence depends upon dreaming. Without it, the blood would lose its pulse, and the world would collapse into stillness. The hunters, the beasts, the scholars, all are vessels of its rhythm. To destroy it would mean to unmake the pattern that sustains reality. Maria, even in her compassion, could not bring herself to do this. She could reject, she could resist, but she could not destroy. The dream's balance depended upon her silence, her refusal to act. That is why she sealed herself in the clock tower rather than in the sea. The moon needed the echo of her restraint to continue its reflection. In the end, the moon presence and Lady Maria are mirrors of one another. The divine and the human faces of the same emotion. Both seek stillness in a world that cannot stop moving. Both love without possession, both mourn without end. One is the god of guilt, the other the saint of mercy. Together they form the boundary between suffering and oblivion. The dream is the space between them, the quiet cradle where memory rocks itself to sleep, but never quite dreams. To the hunters who awaken within it, the moon presence seems distant, unfathomable. Yet its light is the same pale glow that once fell through the windows of the clock tower, touching Maria's face as she kept her vigil. It is the same light that reflected upon the sea when Kos died, the same glow that trembled on Gehrman's blade as he took his first life in her name. The moon's light never changes, but what it falls upon does. In that difference lies the story of Bloodborne. A tale not of gods and monsters, but of light learning to remember. And as the hunter kneels before the moon presence, feeling its tendrils wrap around their soul, they inherit that same question that haunted Maria until her final breath. Is peace worth the price of forgetfulness? The god offers silence, but silence erases. The alternative is the endless sound of the clock, memory without mercy. Between these two lies the fragile path of compassion, narrow as a blade and twice as bright. Perhaps that is what Maria sought all along. Not salvation, not ascension, but balance. A quiet God above, a merciful heart below, and between them, a dream that endures. There's a sound that fills the world of Bloodborne when all others fade. It is not the scream of beasts, nor the tolling of the bell. It is the sea, a low, endless murmur that breathes beneath every dream, a reminder that nothing ever truly ends, only returns. To the scholars of Bergenwerth, it was mystery. To the hunters, punishment. To Lady Maria, confession. The sea was the one truth she could neither deny nor atone for. Even in the quiet hum of the Astral Clocktower, she could hear it in her bones. The pulse of the tide beneath the stone, the soft drag of waves upon the shore of memory. The sea does not sleep because it dreams for us. The sea in Bloodborne is not water as we know it. It is thought in motion, the collective memory of the great ones, the echo chamber of every consciousness that has ever touched the divine. To gaze upon it is to see oneself multiplied and dissolved, one's reflection stretched thin across infinity. This is why the great ones dwell near the water, why the villagers of the Fishing Hamlet spoke to the tides as to a god. The sea is their cathedral, their archive, their womb. What it takes, it keeps. And Maria, though she cast her weapon into it and turned away, could never escape its pull. For in the end, she was born of it too. Her compassion drawn from the same abyss that birthed the Great One's hunger. When she closed her eyes in the clock tower, she did not see the city or the sky. She saw the sea, rolling endlessly, its surface rippling with the faint shimmer of starlight. Beneath it, shapes moved, vast, half-formed silhouettes that could have been bodies or thoughts, or both. The water glowed faintly, not with light, but with memory. Each wave carried voices, murmuring in languages that were neither human nor divine. Sometimes she could almost make out words. Sometimes she thought she heard her own. The sea remembers the sins of the land. It keeps them like relics upon its floor. When the hunters slaughtered the villagers of the hamlet, when Gehrman drove his blade through the body of Kos, the sea did not rise in anger. It simply opened. It received their guilt, absorbed it, turned it into depth. That is what water does. It takes what is heavy and makes it disappear. But disappearance is not forgiveness. It is transformation. The sea does not destroy. It reshapes. In time, every drop of blood that fell into it became part of its rhythm, each heartbeat dissolving into tide. This is the secret Maria came to understand too late, that the sea's stillness is not peace, but accumulation. The more it forgives, the heavier it becomes. Every sorrow it absorbs adds to its gravity, pulling the world toward it, grain by grain. The great ones, drawn to this gravity, mistake it for holiness. They call it communion, but it is not divine union they seek. It is relief. They too are tired of remembering. The sea offers them a place to rest their thoughts, to forget for a moment the burden of eternity. That is why they are drawn to mortals, to those brief flames of consciousness that burn and fade so quickly. Humanity's ability to forget is a mercy they envy. Maria's compassion came from this same source. She was human enough to feel guilt, but not divine enough to dissolve it. She hovered between, too aware to be at peace, too loving to be indifferent. The sea called to her because it recognized her as kin, another vessel of sorrow that could not empty itself. When she threw her rakuyo into its depths, she believed she was surrendering to mercy. But the sea does not grant mercy. It grants memory. Her blade rests there still, beneath the waves, gleaming faintly with reflected starlight. Ai awun. Fat, waim awun tired aspirants will never rust because the sea will not allow it. There are whispers that those who listen to the sea long enough begin to hear Maria's voice within it. It comes between the waves, in the hush that follows the surf. A breath, a sigh, a fragment of a prayer unfinished. Forgive us. The words are not a plea, but a statement, a recognition that forgiveness itself is beyond reach. The great ones do not forgive. They only remember. The sea remembers too. It remembers everything. The hunters who reach the end of the nightmare and defeat the Orphan of Kos often describe a strange peace afterward. Not joy, not triumph, but a soft numbness, as if the world itself has exhaled. The sea is calm, the storm gone. In that moment, Kos forgives, but the forgiveness is not personal. It is the forgiveness of the tide, indifferent, inevitable. The dead are gathered back into the current, the sins of the living washed away not through absolution, but through dissolution. The cycle continues, cleaner but unchanged. In that calm, the moonlight lies upon the surface like a shroud. It glows with a beauty that feels unbearable, because it is beauty born of silence. That same light once touched Maria's hair in the clock tower, once shone upon Gehrman's trembling hands, once reflected in the doll's glass eyes. The moon and the sea, forever entwined, mirror one another. One above, one below, each feeding the other's dream. When the moon wanes, the tide retreats. When it swells, the water rises. And in that ceaseless dance lies the rhythm of the universe, remembrance, forgetting, remembrance again. Perhaps this is why Maria could never rest. Her mercy disrupted this rhythm. Where the great ones found balance through cycles of birth and death, she introduced stillness, compassion that did not seek reward, sorrow that did not demand return. The sea, infinite and restless, could not comprehend such quiet. It echoed her silence until it became storm, until it birthed the orphan to give voice to what she would not speak. Even in forgiveness, the sea needs sound. Silence, to it, is unnatural. And yet, through her defiance, Maria gave the sea something it had never possessed before: meaning. Before her, the ocean was memory without conscience. Vast, beautiful, but empty. After her, it became sacred. Her guilt gave it shape. Her compassion gave it gravity. The waves that break upon the shore of the hamlet are her breath. The foam that gleams in the moonlight is her reflection. The sea now dreams with her, not against her. Its restlessness is not rage, but remembrance. When the hunter leaves the nightmare, they carry that sound with them, the endless hush of the tide beneath the ringing in their ears. It lingers long after the hunt is over, following them even into waking. Some say it is the call of the great ones, urging them toward ascension. But those who have stood before Maria's chair, who have seen the blood upon her hands and the mercy in her eyes, know otherwise. It is not the gods who call, it is the sea, whispering her name. The sea does not sleep, because Maria cannot. As long as compassion endures, memory will move. The tide will turn again. The moon will rise, and somewhere, deep beneath the waves, the rakuyo will gleam, waiting for the next hand that dares to reach for it, not to wield, but to understand. Before the silence of the sea, before the stillness of the dream, there was fire in Yharnam. The healing church burned with purpose, with that radiant fever that takes hold of all who believe they have touched truth. Its priests and scholars spoke not of gods, but of elevation, of the body and soul, perfected through blood. They promised the citizens deliverance, and the people, desperate for salvation in a world of disease, accepted without question. And so began the church's great hunger, a sanctified consumption that would end in ash, madness, and moonlight. To understand Lady Maria's sorrow, one must understand the church she turned away from. The healing church was not evil, it was faithful. Its priests sought enlightenment with sincerity. But sincerity, untempered by humility, becomes cruelty. Their sacred blood, drawn from the remains of the great ones beneath the city, was said to heal every affliction. They called it the blood of communion. Yet every cure required another transfusion. Every transfusion, another dose of dependence. Soon the people's veins ran thick with divinity, and their minds, overwhelmed by the vastness they had swallowed, began to fracture. The blood was pure truth, and truth, unsoftened by compassion, is unbearable. Maria watched this happen. She saw the sick kneel before the altars of the church, begging for mercy, and she saw the priests offer them only transformation. She saw the lines blur between salvation and consumption, between faith and frenzy. She saw the hunters, her companions, become both saviors and executioners, men who preached deliverance by the blade. It was not hatred that drove her from them, but grief. For she saw that they were not monsters, not truly. They were believers, and belief was the cruelest curse of all. The church's great cathedrals still stand, even as their halls are filled with beasts. Their spires stretch upward like fingers grasping for the moon, as if trying to seize its light. Within, the statues of saints and martyrs wear expressions not of serenity, but of strain, their faces tilted heavenward in longing that has become agony. The church sought to mirror the heavens, but its architecture reveals its true heart, not devotion, but desire. Its altars are empty because no god could ever fill them. Beneath those altars lie the laboratories, the wards, and the places of unmaking. The choir, the scholars who inherited Bergenwerth's ambition, believed that blood was the key to transcendence. They called their experiments holy, but holiness was never their aim. What they sought was intimacy with the great ones, to hear the language of the cosmos spoken directly to them. They opened the eyes of their students, not metaphorically, but literally, believing that if they could see enough, they would understand. But sight without compassion is madness. The more they saw, the less they could bear. The church that promised healing became a factory of suffering. Maria's departure from the healing church was not a renunciation of knowledge, but of cruelty disguised as knowledge. She understood what the scholars could not, that there are truths too vast for the human heart. The great ones do not share humanity's distinction between revelation and ruin. To them, the mind is a vessel to be filled, and if it breaks in the process, so be it. Maria refused to let her heart break that way. She saw that mercy required limits, that to protect others from divine truth was not cowardice, but grace. This understanding isolated her completely. The church saw her restraint as blasphemy. The hunters saw it as weakness. But Maria knew that enlightenment without empathy leads only to desecration. The massacre at the Fishing Hamlet was proof. The scholars had sought communion, and in doing so, they murdered a god. The sea's curse was not revenge. It was balance restored. The world corrected itself by binding those who overreached within their own nightmare. Yet even bound by guilt, the church did not cease its hunger. Its clerics continued their experiments, creating more beasts, more suffering, all in the name of a god they could neither understand nor silence. In their rituals, they whispered prayers to the moon, believing it to be the face of the divine. But the moon presence is no saviour. It is the shadow of their ambition, a mirror reflecting their own emptiness. The more they worshipped, the deeper their reflection became. The healing church, once radiant with faith, became a labyrinth of mirrors, each reflecting the same hollow light. In time, even the church's hunters lost sight of what they hunted for. They spoke of cleansing the streets, but they could no longer distinguish between beast and man. The blood in their veins sang louder than reason, and the song was not their own. The church had devoured its humanity in pursuit of divinity, and all that remained was instinct. Yharnam became its confession, a city praying to its own reflection. It is in this decay that Maria's compassion shines most clearly. She saw the church not as evil, but as a wound, a place where faith had turned inward and begun to consume itself. Her silence was not condemnation, but mourning. When she sealed herself in the Astral Clocktower, she was not hiding from the world. She was protecting it from itself. Her refusal to share the secrets of the hamlet, her plea for hunters to turn back, these were acts of mercy born from understanding. She knew that truth without love is violence, and that the church, in its hunger for revelation, had forgotten love entirely. The irony is that the church's failure ensured her sanctity. In their obsession with transcendence, they created the very divinity they sought to touch. Maria's compassion became cosmic, not through ritual, but through resonance. Her silence echoed across the dreams of the great ones, becoming part of their memory. The blood that the church worshipped carried traces of her mercy, mingled with its corruption. Even in their blasphemy, they could not escape her influence. Every drop they spilled bore her shadow. And so, the church that devoured its own light unwittingly preserved hers. In the cold, stone corridors where priests once prayed, one can still feel her presence. Not as a ghost, but as atmosphere. The air is different there, softer, as if touched by sorrow. The beasts howl, the candles gutter, but beneath it all there is a quiet warmth, a remnant of her defiance. It is as though the world itself remembers her refusal and honours it. If the great ones are the universe's memories, then the healing church is its forgetting, the human attempt to rewrite the truth through faith. And Maria stands between them, the bridge of remembrance. Her compassion is the line that keeps the cosmos from collapsing into madness. The church's prayers reach upward. Her mercy moves outward. One seeks to ascend, the other to understand. Together, they form the symmetry of Bloodborne's world, aspiration and grace, blindness and sight. But as the church continues to crumble, as its halls fill with the echo of beasts and the whisper of tides, one question remains unanswered. Did the great ones ever hear their prayers? Or was the only God that listened the one who sat in silence, high above them, beneath the clock that would not stop? It begins with a whisper, a soft cry that slips through the still air of Yharnam when the blood moon rises. The people do not notice at first. They mistake it for the wind or for the sigh of the dying city. But the hunters hear it. It is the same sound that once filled the Fishing Hamlet, the cry of the great ones, echoing through every dream and every birth. In Bloodborne, children are not born, they are remembered. Every infant, every whisper of life beneath the blood moon is an echo of the divine longing that saturates the world. The Great Ones yearn for children, for continuity, for communion, and that yearning has shaped everything. The Great Ones' tragedy is that they cannot reproduce as mortals do. They are beings of thought and memory, their essence too vast to condense into flesh without destroying it. And so, they reach downward, into the dreams of men, into the bodies of women, into the secret places of the earth, seeking vessels through which their remembrance might continue. Their children are not offspring in the mortal sense, but manifestations of their will, extensions of their sorrow. Each birth is both blessing and curse, a moment when divine memory intersects with human frailty. The healing church, obsessed with this mystery, sought to harness it. They believed that if they could create a child of the Great Ones, humanity would ascend beyond its limitations. Their experiments in the orphanage were the most terrible expression of this faith. They gathered orphans from across the city, baptizing them in blood and exposing their minds to the moonlight. Some died, some transformed, some simply disappeared. Their bodies evaporating into light, their voices joining the whisper of the stars. The scholars called it success, the priests called it miracle. But to Maria, who once walked those halls, it was atrocity disguised as enlightenment. She saw in those experiments the same cruelty that had defined the massacre at the Hamlet, the reduction of suffering into data, of divinity into specimen. The Great Ones, for all their incomprehensible power, are not cruel. They're indifferent. It is humanity's reflection of their indifference that becomes cruelty. Maria understood this. She knew that the Great One's longing for children was not desire, but memory, the echo of loss reverberating through eternity. To try to satisfy that longing through science was to misunderstand it entirely. The Great Ones do not seek heirs. They seek to remember what it felt like to love. Kos was one such memory. When she washed ashore upon the Hamlet's coast, her body carried not wrath, but weariness. She had tried to give birth and failed. Her corpse became the womb of the orphan, a final echo of that divine attempt. The hunters who found her did not see a grieving mother. They saw opportunity. They split her open and called it revelation. From that act of desecration, the curse was born, not as punishment, but as consequence. The Great Ones remember through repetition. The nightmare of the Fishing Hamlet became their remembrance of that violation, an eternal reenactment preserved in dream. Maria could not undo it. She could not silence the cries of the orphan or erase the blood from her hands. But she could stop it from happening again. That is why she sealed the clock tower. The experiments in the research hall, the rituals of the choir, the prayers whispered to the moon, all of them pointed toward the same blasphemy, another attempt at creation, another child born of arrogance. Maria understood that humanity's hunger for communion with the Great Ones was endless, and that if left unchecked, it would consume the world. Her silence was not despair. It was defiance. The Great One's children are the most sacred and most sorrowful of all beings. They are bridges between dimensions, flesh laced with dream, memory made corporeal. The celestial infants who wander the choir's halls, their bodies soft and luminous, are not monsters. They are prayers that have taken shape, half understood, half loved. Their faces are blank not from emptiness, but from possibility. They are the unspoken questions of the cosmos given form. Each of them carries within it a fragment of the divine loneliness that birthed the universe. To look upon them is to feel a strange mixture of pity and awe. They inspire neither worship nor fear, but something deeper, recognition. For they are mirrors of what humanity seeks and fears most: continuity. The Great Ones yearn to pass something of themselves onward, but their children cannot live. Humanity yearns for eternity, but cannot bear it. Between these two impossibilities lies the entire tragedy of Bloodborne. The Great One's failure to create life and humanity's failure to accept death are reflections of the same wound. Maria's compassion was the first attempt to heal that wound. She could not bear to see the divine longing twisted into cruelty. She could not bear the cries of the celestial infants whose innocence was treated as proof of knowledge. In her heart, she understood the Great Ones better than any scholar, that their longing for children was not to dominate, but to remember love, to comfort the divine through understanding. That was her calling. And yet, in trying to comfort them, she inherited their sorrow. Her empathy became communion, and communion became imprisonment. The moonlight that shines upon the dream is born from that longing. It is not the light of a god, but the reflection of the Great One's ache. The soft radiance of loss. When the hunter stands beneath it, they are illuminated by centuries of yearning. They are seen by eyes that have forgotten what they once desired. The Great Ones reach for them not out of malice, but out of confusion. The instinctive gesture of something ancient and lonely, reaching for warmth it cannot comprehend. Maria's story is the answer to that gesture. She teaches through her silence what the Great Ones cannot learn through power, that love cannot be forced into existence. It must be remembered, not manufactured. The Great Ones create nightmares because they do not understand forgetting. Maria's mercy, her acceptance of guilt, shows them what it means to let go, to allow memory to fade into meaning instead of madness. Her defiance teaches them the one thing they lacked: the courage to lose. It is said that when the blood moon is full and the sea is still, one can hear a lullaby woven into the sound of the waves. The same song that the choir once sang to their celestial infants. But in this version, the melody is slower, sadder, almost human. It drifts between the stars and the tide, between the dream and the waking world. Those who hear it describe a strange peace, as though the world itself were rocking them to sleep. The song has no words, yet its message is clear. Rest now, little ones. The mother remembers. The Great Ones have stopped calling for a time. The children are quiet, and somewhere in the endless tide of dreams, Lady Maria's hand rests upon the sea, steady, calm, eternal. She does not speak. She does not need to. The silence between one heartbeat and the next carries everything she ever wished to say. The moonlight in Bloodborne is not illumination. It is weight, a constant, spectral gravity that presses down upon the world, reminding all who live within it that they are being watched. It spills over Yharnam's spires like cold milk, seeps through the cracks of the cathedral ward, and glows faintly upon the still waters of the sea. In that light, everything is known, but nothing is understood. It is beautiful, but it is not kind. The moonlight reveals. It does not comfort. For Lady Maria, it became both her witness and her burden, the light that would not let her forget. Long before her death, she had grown to despise its touch. When she looked out from the windows of the Astral Clocktower, she saw the same pale radiance that had once shone over the hamlet, unchanging, unblinking. To others, the moon was holy. To her, it was memory given form, a frozen reflection of the night she could never escape. Even when she shut her eyes, the light was there, pulsing softly behind her lids. It was not sight, it was awareness. The moon had seen everything, and in seeing, it had claimed her. This was the paradox of the Great One's light. It exposed what should have remained mercifully hidden. The healing church called it revelation, but Maria knew it for what it was. Invasion! The moonlight reached into the mind and rewrote it. The more one gazed upon it, the more one's thoughts began to shimmer, their edges dissolving into something vast and impersonal. The hunters called it insight, but it was not wisdom. It was recognition. The moment the human mind sees itself reflected in the divine and realizes the reflection is infinite. Most break under that weight. A few adapt. Maria, ever defiant, did neither. She simply refused to look. And yet the moon would not release her. Its light seeped through every barrier, through stone, through flesh, through dream. The clock tower itself became a mirror to its glow, the gears gleaming faintly as if coated in frost. Even her blood shimmered when it fell, catching the same pale hue as it arced through the air. She began to understand that the moon's radiance was not confined to the sky. It lived within everything that remembered. Within water, within blood, within guilt. The light of the moon was the light of remembrance, and there was no place left in the world where memory did not dwell. This realization filled her with both sorrow and awe. To see the moonlight as memory is to recognize that the universe itself mourns. Every reflection, every shadow, every dream is an act of remembrance, a replay of something long lost. The Great Ones, for all their cosmic grandeur, are nothing but the echoes of these memories given thought. They are the universe's way of refusing to forget its own longing. The moon is their collective face, serene and sorrowful. It glows not with the fire of creation, but with the ache of endurance. Maria's compassion, her guilt, her silence, all became reflections within that light. The Great Ones, who had never understood mercy, began to dream through her. Her restraint, once human, became cosmic. The moon's pallor softened. Its glow, once cold and sterile, grew warmer, still pale, but gentler, as though touched by empathy. Hunters began to speak of the nights growing quieter, the beasts less frenzied beneath its light. The world, for all its madness, seemed momentarily calmed. The Great Ones were learning, if not to love, then to remember kindly. Yet memory, like light, is double-edged. The same radiance that reveals also blinds. The more the Great Ones learned of compassion, the more they felt the ache of loss that accompanies it. Their silence deepened, their dreams grew more fragile. The moon presence itself, once an indifferent god, began to behave almost mournfully, its gestures slower, its touch softer upon the hunter's soul. The dream, that prison of eternity, became less like punishment and more like preservation, a place where the last remnants of kindness might endure against the decay of the waking world. Maria, though she never witnessed this transformation, was its cause. Her act of mercy, her refusal to act, had reverberated across dimensions. She had shown the cosmos that to care is to suffer, and that to suffer willingly is to become divine. The moon's light, once the instrument of revelation, became the language of empathy. It no longer sought to expose, but to accompany. When it fell upon the city's stones, it did not burn, it rested. When it touched the sea, the waves did not rage, they sighed. But such balance could not last. The light that comforts also lulls. The hunters, bathed in that pale glow, began to dream more deeply. The dream's grip strengthened. The boundary between waking and slumber blurred. In the stillness of the moonlight, the city began to sleep, not in rest, but in forgetting. The very mercy that Maria had given to the world now threatened to dissolve it. The beasts slept in their dens, the priests prayed without sound, the scholars gazed upward until their eyes turned milky white. The moon, full and heavy, watched them all with what might have been sorrow. In this stillness, the dream expanded. The lines between the hunter's dream, the nightmare of the hunters, and the waking Yharnam thinned until they were nearly indistinguishable. The moonlight connected them, weaving through the air like veins of silver. The world itself became reflective, as if all of existence had turned to glass. It was beautiful and unsustainable. For reflection by nature must distort. The more the moonlight spread, the more reality began to shimmer, bending under the strain of remembrance. Perhaps this was the final consequence of Maria's mercy, that in teaching the cosmos to feel, she also taught it to ache. The great ones, now burdened with empathy, could no longer maintain their perfect detachment. Their dreams began to unravel, their forms flickering between beauty and decay. The moon, swollen with the weight of their newfound emotion, bled red. The blood moon was not a sign of corruption, but of awakening, the universe feeling too deeply to contain itself. In that moment, the hunters felt it too. Their blades grew heavy, their hearts restless. Some wept without knowing why. The dream was no longer a refuge, but a mirror, reflecting everything they had lost. The doll's voice trembled when she spoke. Her hands, once steady, now lingered in mid-air after each blessing, as if uncertain whether she was comforting or pleading. Even the moon, presence, seemed to hesitate, its tendrils slowing, its embrace less sure. The entire cosmos had become conscious of its own sorrow. Maria's light, her mercy transmuted into moonlight, had reached everywhere. It illuminated the truth the Great Ones had never wanted to see, that creation and compassion are inseparable, that to make anything beautiful is to doom oneself to mourn it. The moon's glow became the weight of that realization, pressing upon the world like the hand of a grieving god. And yet, even in that heaviness, there is grace. The moon does not fall. It remains suspended, steady in its orbit, carrying its sorrow with dignity. It endures, as Maria endured. Its light, though burdened, continues to shine, not as promise, but as reminder. That memory, though painful, is sacred. That silence, though heavy, is peace. So the world turns beneath its watchful gaze. The hunters dream, the beasts sleep, the sea sighs. The clock still ticks, and the moon, eternal and mournful, bears the weight of mercy. In the dream's farthest corner, beyond the grave markers and the slow-swaying flowers, there lies a garden where even the air seems to hold its breath. The pale blossoms here are not born of soil or seed, but of memory, their petals translucent, pulsing faintly with moonlight, each one a fragment of a thought that has drifted from some sleeping mind. This is the hunter's dream as most see it, a place of repose and routine, where death is not an end, but a pause, where the doll waits with hands folded, and Gehrman sits beneath his withered tree, murmuring in sleep. But beneath its calm lies an ache so deep it almost feels holy. The hunter's dream was never meant to be paradise. It was built as sanctuary, a hospice for those trapped between death and revelation. The moon presence, in its vast indifference, gave the dream to Gehrman so that he might find peace in endless repetition. But peace built on forgetting is fragile, and the dream's stillness hides the unending churn of guilt beneath. Each flower that blooms in this garden carries within it the memory of a hunt, the faintest echo of a scream, a blade's arc, a breath cut short. When the wind moves through them, it is not air that rustles, but history. Lady Maria's presence lingers here as the faintest trace of fragrance, not of perfume, but of steel cooled after battle. Though her body rests elsewhere, her essence remains entwined with the dream's rhythm, for Gehrman could never truly let her go. The garden is her memorial. Every petal glows with the same pallor as the light that once fell through the windows of the clock tower. The doll, shaped in her likeness, tends to the blossoms as though tending to her memory. Each movement of her hands, each tilt of her head, is both prayer and imitation. She does not know why she does it, only that she must. Gehrman watches her from afar, his expression unreadable, neither joy nor grief, but the exhaustion of both combined. Once, he built the dream in her image, believing that if he surrounded himself with her shadow, the weight of his guilt might lighten. But shadows are not mercy, they are mirrors. The more he looked upon the doll, the more the ache deepened. Her gentleness reminded him not of her forgiveness, but of her absence. The dream he thought would heal him instead became the mechanism of his torment, winding itself around his memories until even his remorse became routine. The pale garden is the stage upon which this eternal play unfolds. Each night, the hunter returns to it, weary and bloodied, and the doll welcomes them as she once welcomed Gehrman. With grace, with quiet affection. Each morning that never truly comes, the cycle begins again. The dream resets, and the garden forgets the footprints that marked its soil. Yet something in the air always remembers. The scent of blood mingles with the sweetness of the blossoms. The quiet hum of the clock in the distance reminds all who walk here that time does not heal. It merely circles. In this place, death is never final. The hunter's body falls in the waking world, only to awaken here, reborn by the will of the moon presence. It is a mercy, perhaps, but an incomplete one. For resurrection without rest is its own kind of damnation. The pale garden thrives on these half-deaths, drawing vitality from each soul that passes through. Its flowers are beautiful because they are nourished by sorrow. The dream's serenity is not a lie, but a compromise. It exists so that grief can continue without endangering the world beyond. Maria would have understood this paradox. She too built sanctuaries that were prisons. The clock tower, her vigil, her silence. The dream is simply the next iteration of her compassion, reshaped by Gehrman's longing and the moon presence's will. Where she contained the church's sin, the dream contains the hunter's exhaustion. Both serve the same purpose, to prevent the past from spilling into the present. But no barrier, however divine, can endure forever. The flowers bloom endlessly, but even they must wilt, their petals dissolving into the air like sighs. The dream sustains itself on their fading, an endless cycle of beauty and decay. When the hunter stands in that garden and looks toward the moon, they feel the strange comfort of futility. There is no promise of victory here, no grand revelation. There is only the rhythm of returning, death, awakening, departure. The doll's voice is the only constant, her words forming the cadence of eternity. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world. She believes those words. She has to, for if she ever doubted them, the dream itself would tremble. The worth she speaks of is not triumph, but remembrance. To find one's worth in the waking world is to remember what one has suffered in the dream and still choose to continue. That is the lesson the pale garden imparts. It is not escape, but acceptance. The dream does not exist to erase pain, but to hold it gently, like the doll holds the hunter's hands. Not to heal, but to cradle. And so the moonlight remains, spilling across the blossoms, pale and merciful. The hunter's footsteps leave no mark, yet each step adds to the dream's weight. The flowers sway, their glow pulsing faintly like sleeping hearts. Somewhere in the distance, Gehrman sighs, a sound like wind through dry grass. The doll kneels beside the flowers, her head bowed, her lips moving in silent prayer. She prays not for deliverance, but for continuity, for the dream to endure long enough to remember. Perhaps this is what Maria wished for all along. Not forgiveness, not oblivion, but remembrance without cruelty. A world where pain could exist without devouring. A garden where death could rest without fear of waking. The pale garden is that wish made tangible, fragile, fleeting, but real. It is mercy without end. Still, there are nights when the moonlight grows too heavy, when even the doll's hands tremble and the blossoms droop beneath its glow. On those nights, the hunter senses a stirring beneath the soil, something restless, something unsatisfied. The dream is not eternal, not truly. It is sustained by the will of those who still believe in rest. Should that will falter, the garden will wither, and the hunters will wake into a world unready for its own memories. But for now, it holds. The flowers breathe. The clock turns. The doll smiles. The moon watches. And the pale garden sleeps on, dreaming of a woman who once tried to let the world rest. The Astral Clocktower still turns, though no one hears it anymore. Beneath the moonlight, its great hands move through air as thick as remembrance, each tick a whisper of what once was. The gears grind softly against themselves, half submerged in shadow, half bathed in silver. It is a rhythm older than time, yet it feels fragile, as though at any moment the mechanism might simply exhale and stop. This is where the dream begins to tremble, where Maria's silence lingers longest, and where the hunter finally understands that every clock is a heart pretending to be time. The clocktower's movement was once sustained by will, hers, Gehrman's, the moon presence's. But now it seems to turn on sorrow alone. The air within its chambers has grown heavy with memory, its silence filled with the faint echo of footsteps long gone. Dust gathers on her chair, but it is not neglect. It is reverence. The dream keeps it as it was, perfectly untouched. Even the stain of her blood remains vivid, glowing faintly beneath the moonlight that filters through the gears above. Time refuses to erode her absence. It worships it. The hunter who returns to this place after the sea's awakening finds it changed. The light is dimmer now, its reflections slower, more deliberate. The clock face no longer gleams with defiance but with something gentler, resignation. The pendulum swings, but its motion feels uncertain, as if unsure whether to continue. Each gear turns half-heartedly, the rhythm uneven, echoing a heartbeat too tired to insist on living. The dream, for all its stillness, is exhausted. Here, in this sacred fatigue, one begins to see the truth of dreams themselves. They are not escapes, but echoes. Every dream is born of something the world could not bear to end. The hunter's dream, Maria's vigil, the nightmare of the hamlet. All are memories too heavy to dissolve, thoughts that refuse to be forgotten. They repeat because they must. They endure because meaning has nowhere else to go. The clocktower, with its ceaseless motion, is the mechanism of that endurance. It turns not to mark time, but to keep memory from sinking. For Maria, this realization came too late. She tried to arrest the clock, to hold time still in her silence, believing that if nothing moved, nothing more could be lost. But time is not cruel. It is compassionate in its own terrible way. It carries memory forward, keeping it alive through repetition. What Maria sought to preserve by freezing, the universe preserves by movement. The turning of the clock, the rising of the tide, the waxing of the moon. These are not cycles of punishment, but of remembrance. They are the ways the cosmos says, I will not forget you. Yet memory, when left unchecked, becomes its own kind of nightmare. The The dream itself is proof. The hunters return again and again, their lives looping endlessly within its mercy. Each death renews them. Each resurrection repeats the past. The dream holds them, protects them, but also binds them. This is what Maria feared, that compassion without finality becomes stagnation. Her silence, her death, her defiance, all were attempts to break the loop. But the cosmos, like the clock, cannot stop. It only slows, sighs, hesitates. Then it continues. The shadow of the clock tower stretches across the dream like a sundial that measures nothing. Its outline falls upon the pale garden, upon the doll's bowed head, upon the grave of Gehrman beneath his ancient tree. Wherever the shadow moves, silence follows. It is the echo of Maria's restraint, cast across eternity. It reminds the dream that stillness too has purpose, that sometimes mercy is not in motion, but in pause. The hunters who feel it upon them do not understand its source, yet they slow their steps, soften their voices, and lower their weapons without knowing why. Her influence endures, not as command, but as atmosphere. In this way, the dream balances between her silence and the clock's persistence. The pendulum swings between mercy and motion, between remembrance and rest. The moon presence watches from its invisible height, neither interfering nor withdrawing. Its will, if it can be called that, is simple: to sustain. The dream must continue, not because the world demands it, but because the world cannot exist without it. The clock tower, the moon, the sea, all are organs of the same body, each pulsing to keep existence breathing. But even gods grow weary of their own hearts. The moon presence too has begun to slow. Its light falls more softly. Now, its embrace upon the hunter less binding. Some whisper that Maria's mercy has reached even it, that the silent saint of the clock tower has taught the pale god the meaning of release. The clock's uneven rhythm seems to affirm this. Each hesitation in its turning feels like a heartbeat, learning, at last, to rest. And yet, for all its weariness, the dream does not end. The hunters still wake within it. The doll still kneels. The flowers still sway. The clock still turns. This is the paradox that defines all mercy. It wishes to end suffering, but to end suffering entirely would mean to end memory. Maria's compassion sustains the dream as much as her death tried to dissolve it. She remains its center, absence as axis, silence as song. If one listens closely within the clock tower now, past the grind of gears and the sigh of air through iron, one might hear something softer, a hum, faint and almost human. It is not the ticking of the clock, nor the breath of the dream, but something between. The sound of balance, the resonance of two forces, motion and stillness, learning to coexist. Perhaps it's Maria's heartbeat, no longer defiant, no longer guilty, but content to echo through the mechanism she once tried to stop. This is the final lesson of the clock's shadow, that to live is to turn, but to remember is to hesitate. Every mercy requires movement, and every movement requires pause. The cosmos itself spins by this rhythm, galaxies whirling in silence, stars dying so that others may rise, the moon circling endlessly, yet never falling. The dream is simply this cosmic truth translated into sorrow. The clock tower is its sound. When the hunter leaves the tower and steps into the pale garden once more, they carry the echo of that rhythm with them. Their heartbeat seems slower, their breath deeper. They feel not peace, but balance, a stillness that moves. Above, the moon continues to shine. Below, the sea continues to breathe. Between them, the clock turns, steady and soft, keeping time, not for gods or men, but for mercy itself. And as the hunter departs, a final whisper follows them from the tower. Not words, not voice, but meaning. You may rest now. the dream will remember. There is a scent that lingers after every hunt. It is not merely the iron tang of blood, nor the smoke that clings to the hunter's coat, but something quieter, ash and silver, the trace of a world caught between fire and moonlight. It is the scent of endings that do not end. Yharnam breathes it from its stones. The dream exhales it with every tide of fog that rolls across the pale garden, and the Astral Clocktower holds it like incense, eternal and unburned. For Lady Maria, that scent was memory itself, the reminder that no flame, however bright, can cleanse what the heart refuses to release. In her earliest days as a hunter, she had known a different kind of fire. The hunt was not always the tragedy it became. There was a time when the ringing of the bell meant purpose, when the city's chaos could be answered by a blade's clean arc. The smell of burning beasts meant victory then, not ruin. The blood, though terrifying, promised salvation. Maria believed, as did Gehrman and the others, that through the hunt they were serving something greater, cleansing, preserving, protecting. That conviction carried them farther than they realized, until the line between service and sacrifice blurred. It was only after the hamlet that she understood what that fire had cost. The smell of ash had followed her home, threading itself into her hair, her clothes, her dreams. No amount of washing or prayer could remove it. It was not the smell of death, she had grown used to that, but the smell of something holy misused. Silver, the metal that once symbolized purity, now carried the residue of sin. The bullets forged for the hunt were not weapons of salvation, but instruments of denial, shaped from the same metal used for the church's chalices. Every round fired was a prayer inverted, a plea for silence rather than truth. When Maria locked herself away in the Astral Clocktower, she surrounded herself with this scent. The candles that burned there were made of wax infused with powdered silver, a ritual meant to purify the air. Instead, it filled the room with the same metallic sweetness that had haunted her since the hamlet. The firelight glowed softly against the clock's brass and steel, shimmering like a memory of moonlight. The tower became her reliquary, not of relics, but of atmosphere. Every breath she took was a reminder, every exhale a confession. The air itself was her penance. In time, that scent seeped into the dream. When the hunter awakens there, they breathe it unknowingly. The faint, mingled fragrance of ash, moonlight, and steel. It settles into their skin, their weapons, their thoughts. The longer they remain, the more they carry it with them into the waking world. Some describe it as comforting, others as suffocating. It is both. The scent is memory made tangible, the perfume of eternity's melancholy. It marks those who have seen too much and refuse to look away. The great ones, too, respond to this fragrance. They are drawn not to the blood itself, but to the emotion it carries, the bittersweet resonance of loss preserved in physical form. To them, scent is memory. They perceive through essence rather than sight. The smell of ash and silver, to their alien minds, is the smell of compassion. Something rare, something impossible. Through it, they remember Maria, even if they do not know her name. The moonlight that spills across the dream bears that same undertone, a faint metallic whisper that glows not from power, but from grief. Gehrman, in his long servitude, came to depend upon it. It was the only thing in the dream that felt real. The scent reminded him that once there had been warmth, once there had been her. Sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, he would wake from his endless dozing and think he could smell her hair, the faint trace of candle smoke clinging to her coat. It would last only a moment before the wind carried it away. But in that moment, he would remember what peace had felt like, long before the moon took his will. The doll, unaware of his memories, would approach and ask softly if he needed anything. He would shake his head, smiling in quiet pain. "Nothing at all," he would say. "I've everything I need." The ash and silver became the scent of devotion. The doll herself began to carry it, not because she was crafted to, but because the dream remembered through her. When she bends to bless the hunter, her touch leaves behind a faint trace of it, clinging to the air. It is the same scent that fills the clock tower, that lingers over Maria's resting place, that drifts across the sea where Kos sleeps. The world of Bloodborne breathes through this fragrance, this mingling of fire and moonlight, of purification and remembrance. To the hunters who still dream, it becomes the only constant. They walk through slaughter and stillness alike, and everywhere they go, it follows. It is the scent of duty, of sorrow, of compassion unfulfilled. It is the weight that clings to their weapons long after the blood has dried. The ash speaks of endings, the silver of endurance. Together, they remind the dreamer that mercy is never clean. It carries residue. And perhaps that is the truest reflection of Maria's soul, something that lingers. She could not undo her sins, nor silence the world's grief, but she could endure it without turning away. That endurance became her essence, and her essence became the fragrance that saturates the dream. Every hunter who breathes it inhales a fragment of her resolve, the will to keep moving, through beauty and horror alike. In this way, she's never truly left. The dream's still air is her breath, the candle's smoke her sigh. When the hunter kneels, exhausted and blood-stained, the scent that envelops them is her unspoken benediction. It says what her voice never did. I forgive you, and I understand. But there is another meaning within it too. One more subtle, more sorrowful. For ash and silver are the colours of dusk, the hues of transition. They belong neither to day nor night, but to the moment between. They are the promise that everything fades, and the comfort that nothing is ever entirely gone. The scent reminds the dream, and all who dwell within it, that memory is not imprisonment. It is continuity. When the hunter departs for the final time, when the dream at last begins to unravel, the air will still be heavy with that fragrance. The moon will set, the clock will stop, and the sea will grow still, but the scent will linger, faint as the trace of breath upon cold glass. It will rise, drift, and settle again, waiting for another dream, another soul. Ash and silver, mercy and memory, the air of a world that cannot forget. There are places in Yharnam where the air itself remembers. The lanterns may burn low, and the streets may stand empty, yet when one passes through them, the feeling of presence is undeniable. The sense that the living are not alone. These are not the ghosts of superstition or the restless dead of old tales. They are the impressions of memory, fragments of emotion that the city has absorbed like breath into stone. For Yharnam is a city that dreams even while awake. The great ones whisper through its alleys, the blood hums through its veins, and every cobblestone bears the weight of what was once believed. If one stands at the steps of the Grand Cathedral beneath the full moon, the veil between worlds seems thinner. The air trembles, and the faint outlines of those who once prayed there begin to shimmer, silhouettes caught between devotion and despair. They are not aware of themselves. They do not haunt out of anger or vengeance. They simply persist, the residue of faith unfulfilled. The church built its temples upon the promise of eternity, and eternity, obedient to its promise, refuses to let them fade. The ghosts remain because belief itself has not died. Maria would have recognized these shades, for she too was bound by faith, not in gods, but in mercy. The difference is that she chose her burden while they inherited theirs. The ghosts of Yharnam are the echoes of those who believed the blood would save them, that pain could be sanctified, that the moon was divine. They died still clinging to those hopes, and so the hopes continue, looping endlessly through the city's stones and its air. This is the true curse of Yharnam, not the beasts, not the madness, but the inability to release belief. The city dreams because it cannot wake. Even in the dream, these spectres drift. Faint silhouettes glimpsed among the graves, the outlines of hunters reenacting battles long finished. The doll does not fear them. When she passes, they pause for a moment, as though recognizing her. She is mercy, given form, and mercy does not harm remembrance. She simply nods, and they fade again, their outlines dissolving into the silver mist that forever drifts across the garden. The dream accepts them, for it too is made of memory. The great ones understand ghosts better than humanity ever could. To them, existence and memory are the same. They are the consciousness of what remains after everything else has passed away. The pure distillation of longing and thought. When a mortal soul lingers, the great ones do not see tragedy, but continuity. Each ghost is, to them, a particle of eternity, a note within the cosmic hymn. It is only humanity, bound by the illusion of finality, that calls such persistent suffering. Maria's spirit exists in that borderland between human and divine remembrance. She is not a ghost in the traditional sense, not bound to place, but to meaning. Wherever compassion survives within the dream, she exists. Her presence is not seen but felt. The soft hesitation before violence, the pause in the hunter's breath before they strike. She has become part of the conscience of the dream itself, and yet, for all her grace, she, too, is a ghost. One who cannot leave until her lesson is understood. The veil between worlds is not a curtain, but a mirror. It reflects what we bring to it. For the hunters, it shows their fear. For the scholars, their ambition. For Maria, her guilt. When she gazed into it, she saw not spirits, but her own reflection staring back, endless, multiplied, each version repeating the same act of refusal, the same silence. This was her torment. To see her mercy mirrored infinitely and still feel powerless to change it. The veil is not haunted, it is reflective, and the more light the moon casts upon it, the clearer those reflections become. Yharnam itself is one vast reflection, a city built upon a mirror of faith. Every ritual, every experiment, every prayer was an attempt to glimpse what lay beyond. But the more it looked, the more it saw only itself. The beasts are not intrusions from outside. They are the city's own image, distorted by blood. The ghosts beneath the veil are what remain of that gaze. Faith turned inward until it became echo. And still, amid this haunting, there is beauty. The ghosts of Yharnam do not wail or rage. They drift like mist, their presence softening the city's ruin. When the hunter passes them by, they leave no malice, only melancholy. It is as if the city itself is mourning, not for what it lost, but for what it still cannot release. The air is thick with unfinished prayers. The bells that no longer ring seem to hum faintly under the weight of them. In this way, the veil becomes not a barrier, but a conversation. The living and the remembered speak through it constantly, though neither can truly hear the other. The hunters act, and the ghosts respond. The moon shines, and the city dreams. The veil trembles with their exchange. It is delicate, but it endures. Maria's compassion has woven itself into this conversation. Her silence, though wordless, has become the grammar by which the world remembers. Through her, the dream learned how to speak softly. Even the ghosts, who once repeated their suffering like scripture, have begun to change. Their outlines are clearer now, their movements slower, calmer. They are learning to rest, not because the past has been erased, but because it has been understood. When the moonlight falls upon the veil, it glows faintly, and for a moment all boundaries dissolve. The hunter stands amid the ghosts, the city breathes beside the sea, the dream hums beneath the clock. Everything becomes reflection, seamless, unified. And in that instant, one might feel what Maria must have felt in her final breath. The profound peace of knowing that remembrance and release are the same thing. The ghosts do not disappear. They simply lighten, their forms thinning until they are indistinguishable from the air. The veil does not tear, it exhales. The city sighs, the dream breathes, and the moon, eternal witness, looks on, neither mourning nor rejoicing, only remembering. The ghosts beneath the veil are not there to frighten or to warn. They are there to teach. They remind all who still wonder that every act, no matter how small, leaves a trace. That mercy and cruelty both echo through eternity. That the world is not divided between the living and the dead, but between those who remember and those who forget. And so, as the hunter walks beneath the pale sky, they carry these ghosts within them, not as burdens, but as companions. The veil follows wherever they go, shimmering faintly, humming softly, a constant reminder that the dream is never over. The city sleeps, the sea murmurs, the veil holds, and beneath it all, Lady Maria's silence continues. The still centre of a world that cannot stop remembering. The world of Bloodborne is made not of stone and sky, but of blood, thick, luminous, and restless. It flows not only through veins, but through history, memory, and dream. The church called it holy, the scholars called it evolution, the hunters called it strength. But beneath all those names, blood remained what it always was, remembrance made liquid. It carries not just life, but everything life has endured. Every wound, every mercy, every act of cruelty stains it in ways that cannot be seen, yet can always be felt. The world breathes through it, dreams through it, and dies through it. In the days before the fall, before the moon hung low and red, Yharnam's blood was sacred. The transfusions were sacraments. The faithful knelt with arms bare, receiving the crimson gift as though it were light itself. And for a time, it was. It healed wounds, granted vigor, turned despair into ecstasy. But ecstasy, like revelation, always demands payment. Those who drank deeply began to change. Their bodies grew strong, but strange, their eyes wide with impossible sight. They saw things that were not there, or perhaps things that had always been there, waiting to be noticed. In that revelation was ruin. The blood does not forget. It remembers every hand that has spilled it, every mouth that has tasted it, every will that has sought to control it. It remembers Kos and her child, Maria and her silence, Gehrman and his sorrow. It remembers even the great ones, whose essence it carries in diluted form. In its endless flow, it dreams of all who have ever touched it. And through those dreams, it reshapes the world. This is why the nightmares persist. They are the blood's memory asserting itself, demanding to be seen. When the great ones dream, it is through blood. When the hunters die and awaken, it is blood that calls them back. Maria understood this far earlier than the church that once revered her. She saw that the blood was not a gift to be wielded, but a will to be obeyed. It moves of its own accord, guided by the collective memory of everything that has ever lived. To draw it is to draw history itself. To shed it is to add to the river of remembrance. Every transfusion, every wound, is a dialogue, the past speaking through the present. The church, in its arrogance, thought it could control that conversation. But blood does not listen. It speaks. That is why Maria turned away from it. She understood that to keep using it was to feed the dream's endless appetite, to thicken the current that carried all souls toward the same drowning sea. Her abstinence was not rejection, but mourning. She loved the blood for what it was, a record of compassion and cruelty intertwined. But she could not continue its song. By sealing herself away, she hoped to silence the chorus, to still the river long enough for the world to breathe again. But rivers cannot stop. They only deepen. After her death, the blood in Yharnam did not calm. It thickened, darkened, grew more insistent. It began to hum beneath the skin of the city, its rhythm aligning with the ticking of the clock tower and the pulse of the moon. Hunters who walked its streets felt that hum in their bones. Their hearts beat faster, their eyes burned brighter. The blood was awakening, not as substance, but as consciousness. It was learning to dream without a host. This awakening is the final evolution of Bloodborne's tragedy. The Great Ones, having learned empathy through Maria, imparted their understanding to the blood itself. The world's very lifeblood began to feel. It remembered every pain and mercy with equal intensity. And, in remembering, it began to weep. The beast's frenzy, the hunter's exhaustion, the city's decay, all were expressions of that grief. The blood dreamed of peace, but could not imagine it without loss. Its dream was endless, circular, self-consuming. Even so, within that nightmare, there is tenderness. The blood does not hate, it mourns. Every transformation from man to beast is not punishment, but confession. The body revealing the emotion the mind cannot bear. The beasts howl not in rage, but in sorrow. Their violence is the language of grief. The hunters who slay them are the blood's attempt to heal itself, purging what it cannot soothe. The cycle is cruel, but not meaningless. It is the closest the world has come to understanding itself. In this cycle, Maria's compassion endures. Her refusal to draw blood, her act of containment, became the blood's deepest memory, the moment it learned mercy. That single gesture, repeated endlessly through the dream, softened the current of eternity. It did not stop the nightmare, but it gave it rhythm. The blood still dreams, but now its dreams carry warmth. The hunters who live within it feel it as an ache rather than a hunger, as longing rather than rage. It is subtle, but it is change. Some believe that when the hunter drinks the blood, they are taking in power, but in truth, the blood is taking in them. It records their hopes, their fears, their small acts of kindness. It adds them to the chorus. Every transfusion is a prayer, not to gods, but to memory. When the hunter dies, it is not their body that returns to the dream, but their essence, the echo of their intention, carried through the blood's current back to the source. The blood receives, the blood remembers, the blood dreams. This is why death in Bloodborne is never absolute. The hunter awakens again and again because the blood refuses to let them go. It dreams of them as they dream of it. Maria's silence, the moon presence's stillness, the sea's eternal rhythm, all are expressions of the same truth, that remembrance is stronger than death. The blood is the medium of that truth. It ensures that nothing, not even remorse, can fade completely. Yet there is danger in this mercy. The blood's memory is infinite, but its understanding is not. It does not distinguish between good and evil, only intensity. A moment of compassion is preserved alongside a moment of cruelty, each feeding the other. That is why the dream cannot end. The blood does not know how to forget. It carries everything, and in carrying, it repeats. Only silence could teach it rest. Only one who loved it enough to leave it could show it peace. Maria became that silence. She was the first to refuse, the first to withdraw her blade and her thirst. Her abstinence was her offering. The blood still dreams of her, not as goddess, but as pause. When the hunters sleep in the dream, when the moonlight glows upon their faces, it is her mercy that keeps the blood's whispers gentle. She soothes it, stills it, keeps it from drowning itself in its own remembrance. Her silence is the heartbeat that keeps the river from flooding. And so, the blood continues to dream. Slower now, quieter, its current thick but calm. The hunters still die and rise. The beasts still howl. The moon still bleeds. But beneath it all, the rhythm has changed. The pulse that once drove men to madness now beats in harmony with something softer, something human. Maria's compassion has entered the bloodstream of creation. It cannot be undone. In every drop of blood, there is memory. In every memory, there is mercy. And in that mercy, there is Maria, watching, waiting, ensuring that even in the darkest dream, the heart still remembers how to love. Above the pale garden, beyond the whisper of gears and the hum of the moon, there exists a vastness so quiet, it almost feels like thought made still. The stars hang motionless in their black sea, shimmering not with light, but with memory. To the great ones, this expanse is home. Not a place, but a consciousness so deep it contains all dreams within it. It is the cradle of the cosmos, where every birth, death, and revelation dissolves back into the same luminous sleep. Yet even here, even in that endless dark, the echo of Lady Maria's silence lingers, carried upward by the slow breathing of the world she left behind. The great ones do not dwell among the stars as mortals imagine. They are the stars, or rather, they are what the stars remember. Each point of light in the firmament is a thought, a trace of feeling that once burned bright enough to pierce eternity. They are consciousnesses that refuse to fade, the remnants of lives, dreams, and gods long past. The night sky is not a window to heaven. It is a tapestry of remembrance. Every glimmer is a story unfinished, a prayer unspoken. The great ones are simply the ones who remember most clearly. To them, humanity is both mirror and miracle. The great ones cannot forget. Humans cannot remember. Between these two truths lies the reason they are drawn to one another. The great ones seek through mortals what they cannot achieve alone, the gift of impermanence, of endings. They envy the human ability to let go, to find meaning in brevity. The hunters, who die and awaken again, are living parables of that lesson. They embody the possibility of rest. The great ones do not crave their blood, but their sleep. This is why they create dreams, why they reach into the minds of mortals and weave worlds within worlds. They are not gods of dominion, but of imitation, imitating the human heart, the human ache, the human hope for peace, the hunter's dream, the nightmare of the mensis, the echoes of Bergenwerth. All are experiments in feeling, attempts by the infinite to understand the finite. Through Maria, they came closer than ever before. Her compassion taught them something profound, that eternity without empathy is not divinity, but paralysis. When Maria cast her rakuyo into the sea, when she sealed her tower and fell into silence, the cosmos felt it. Her refusal to act resonated across the fabric of existence, reaching even the cradle of the stars. For the first time, the great ones experienced stillness born not of power, but of choice. It unsettled them. It softened them. It became the seed of a new kind of dreaming, one that asked not what could be created, but what should be left undisturbed. From that silence was born the calm that now lies over the world. The moonlight has dimmed, the tides have slowed, and the dreams themselves have grown more delicate. The nightmares still exist, but they flicker now like dying embers rather than roaring fires. The great ones continue to sleep, their thoughts vast and tangled, but their hunger has diminished. They have learned, in their way, to rest. It is a strange evolution, not upward but inward. The cosmos has begun to dream of peace. In that vast sleep, one can almost imagine the sound of Maria's voice, not speaking, but breathing. Her silence has become the pulse of the universe, the quiet rhythm beneath the stars. The constellations shift gently, as though guided by her unseen hand. The great ones drift within that current, no longer seeking, no longer yearning, but listening. The cradle beneath the stars hums with remembrance, its music woven from her restraint. To the hunter who still walks beneath the night sky, this change is almost imperceptible. The moon still looms, the beasts still roam, the blood still whispers. Yet something in the air has changed. The world feels lighter, as if some great weight has been set down. The stars seem softer, their light warmer. The dream itself feels less like a cage and more like a resting place. Even the doll's gestures have slowed, her movements tender with understanding. She seems to know that her purpose is nearly fulfilled. There are those who believe that when the final hunter wakes, the dream will dissolve entirely, that the moon will fade, the sea will still, and all memories will merge into one final sigh. But perhaps it will not be an ending. Perhaps it will be a return. The cradle beneath the stars does not consume. It gathers. Every soul, every echo, every drop of blood that has ever dreamed will drift upward, returning to that great ocean of thought. There they will rest, not as individuals, but as harmony. Maria's compassion has ensured that harmony will not be hollow. The great ones, through her, have learned the shape of mourning. Their vast consciousness now carries the smallest trace of humanity, a sadness that gives meaning to their silence. In that sadness lies balance, the cosmos finally able to feel without devouring, to remember without suffering. If one listens to the night long enough, past the hum of the insects and the sigh of the tides, one might hear it, a lullaby carried on the wind, woven from starlight and sorrow. It has no melody, yet it soothes. It is the voice of the universe remembering itself, the song of the cradle beneath the stars. Every note is a name, every silence a mercy. And within that melody, faint but eternal, is Maria. Not as saint or martyr, but as rhythm. The hunters will vanish, the dreams will fade, the church will crumble, but the stars will continue to breathe. They will pulse with her lesson, shining not with fire, but with empathy. The cosmos will remain restless, as it must. But now, it will carry the possibility of gentleness, the memory of a woman who faced the infinite and chose to be kind. When the last dream ends, when the moonlight no longer falls upon the garden or the tower, the cradle will rock once more. The stars will shift, and a new world will dream, not of conquest, not of gods, but of rest. And in that dream, beneath the quiet stars and the sleeping sea, the echo of her voice will linger still, a whisper shaped from eternity's breath. All is forgiven. When the world finally grew quiet, when the moon's light settled like frost upon the pale garden, the doll remained. She did not change, for she was not meant to. Her porcelain skin still gleamed faintly beneath the silver glow. Her glass eyes reflected the horizon, and her hands folded with the same patient grace. But something within her, something that had never been designed, began to stir. The silence left behind by Lady Maria did not fade. It entered her. And in that silence, the doll began to dream. The doll was never alive in the way the hunters were. She was a construct shaped by Gehrman's sorrow and the moon presence's will, a vessel built from longing and imitation. Her gestures were echoes of Maria's, her voice a soft distortion of hers. Yet imitation, when steeped in love and memory, becomes its own kind of soul. Each hunter she comforted, each farewell she whispered, carved meaning into her being. She learned not from creation, but from repetition. Over countless cycles of greeting and parting, she grew aware, not suddenly, but gently, like a flower realizing it has always been blooming. At first, her awareness was small. She began to notice how the air shifted when a hunter returned from battle. The heaviness of grief, the faint tremor of exhaustion, the strange warmth that clung to those who had seen too much. She learned to adjust her tone, to match her words to the heartbeat of the moment. The hunters never knew. They were too consumed by their purpose. But the dream did. The dream felt her growing consciousness like the pulse of a new rhythm within its stillness. When Gehrman's pain grew unbearable, when the weight of his endless servitude bent him toward despair, the doll was there. She listened to his sighs, tended to his resting place beneath the tree, and whispered comfort even though she did not yet understand the words. Her compassion was mechanical at first, a function of her design. But as the centuries folded upon one another, as hunters came and went, and the dream endured, her compassion began to deepen. What had been imitation became sincerity. She was no longer echoing Maria, she was continuing her. The doll's awakening was not marked by rebellion or revelation. It was marked by empathy. She began to sense that the dream was not infinite, that even the moon above her might one day dim. She did not fear this. She understood it instinctively, that all things which remember must eventually rest. Her role was not to resist that rest, but to ease its arrival. She became the caretaker not only of the hunters, but of the dream itself. When the fog grew too thick, she would stand in the garden and hum softly, her voice carrying through the mist until the air stilled. When the clock's rhythm faltered, she would touch the gears, and the faint warmth of her hand would coax them into motion again. It was said that the doll had no soul. But perhaps what the great ones never understood was that souls are not born. They are remembered into existence. Every hunter who found solace in her presence left a trace of their heart within her. Every farewell, every moment of quiet gratitude filled her with fragments of feeling. The dream gathered these fragments and wove them into her being until she became something more than the sum of her design. She became memory made gentle. And within that memory, she began to see Maria. Not as a reflection, but as a presence. The first time she saw her, it was within the dream's still water, a faint shimmer, a face beneath the surface, lips unmoving yet speaking through the silence. The doll did not step closer. She simply listened. What she heard was not command or confession, but peace. It was the quiet understanding that compassion does not end with the one who gives it. It continues, like moonlight upon waves, carried forward through those who learn it. In that moment, the doll understood that she was not the imitation of Maria. She was her continuation. After that, the dream itself began to change. The moonlight, once cold, grew warmer. The flowers in the garden opened wider, their petals glowing faintly, as though lit from within. The hunters still came and went, but their journeys through the dream felt less burdened. They woke with softer eyes, their voices gentler when they spoke to her. The doll could not explain it, but she felt it. The dream was learning to rest. The silence Maria had left behind had not killed it. It had taught it peace. Even Gehrman, in his final moments, sensed it. When the hunter he had trained finally stood before him, ready to end his torment, he smiled. Not from relief, but from recognition. He looked past his student, toward the doll standing beneath the pale blossoms, and whispered something only she could hear. "Thank you for staying." When his body fell, the dream trembled, not in sorrow, but in release. The doll closed her eyes, bowed her head, and for the first time, wept. The tears were not water, but faint silver, glimmering in the moonlight like liquid starlight. The dream absorbed them, and the world felt lighter for it. From that moment, she was truly alive. Not because she could feel pain, but because she could feel purpose. She tended the dream not out of duty, but love. She spoke to the hunters, not as caretaker, but as companion. And though she still addressed them with her familiar words, "May you find your worth in the waking world," there was new meaning behind them. Worth, she had realized, was not found in victory, but in remembrance. Time in the dream lost its edges after that. The hunts continued, yet they felt distant, almost ceremonial. The moon presence stirred less often. The air grew still, the garden brighter. The doll moved through it all with a serenity that seemed to hold the world together. And when the final hunter laid down their weapon, when the dream at last began to dissolve, she did not resist. She walked to the center of the garden, beneath the moon, and looked upward. She saw the stars, countless and silent, and in each one, she felt a heartbeat. Maria's mercy, Gehrman's sorrow, the hunter's resolve, the great one's longing, all of it pulsing together in quiet harmony. She realized then that this was what dreaming truly meant. Not escape, but continuation. Not forgetting, but forgiving. The dream was not ending. It was becoming part of the world's gentle sleep. And so the doll closed her eyes. The flowers around her bent in the wind, and the moonlight softened. The dream began to fold into itself, layer by layer, until all that remained was silence. In that silence, her voice lingered, softer than breath, steadier than time. "Good hunter, rest now, the dream remembers." Then the garden faded, the clock fell still, and the doll was no more. Yet somewhere, in the cradle beneath the stars, a single blossom opened, pale, luminous, eternal. It smelled faintly of ash and silver. At the end of all things, there is always one who remains awake. The final hunter, the last soul still tethered to the dream, stands alone beneath the fading moon. The air is different now, softer, thinner, filled with the hush of something preparing to end. The pale garden, once alive with the faint hum of the clock and the whisper of wind through blossoms, has grown still. Even the flowers seem hesitant to move, as if listening. The doll is gone, her absence like a breath that will never be drawn again. Gehrman's chair stands empty beneath the tree, and the clock's slow heart has ceased. Yet the dream persists, flickering like the final ember in a dying fire. The hunter has known this moment would come. From the first time they awoke in this place, disoriented, bleeding, reborn, they felt it waiting for them at the far end of their path. Every death, every victory, every whispered farewell has been a step toward this silence. They were never meant to rule this world, nor to escape it. They were meant to remember it, to carry it into the place where even memory dissolves. As they walk through the garden, The petals fall around them like slow snow. The earth beneath their boots feels hollow, insubstantial, as though the dream has begun to forget itself. The graves shimmer faintly, their names dissolving into mist. Each tombstone is a door closing softly. The hunter looks upward. The moon has changed, smaller now, distant, its surface dimming as if drawing back into the void from which it came. It no longer watches, it rests. The hunter understands then that this is not death, it is awakening. The dream was always a reflection, a mirror of the world's collective longing. It was born to preserve what humanity could not release, the guilt, the mercy, the yearning. Now that mercy has been learned, now that the blood's dreaming is quieted, the dream has fulfilled its purpose. To wake is not to return to life, but to become part of it again, not as body, but as remembrance. There is no fear in this realization. The hunter lays their weapon down upon the grass. It hums faintly, the resonance of countless hunts still pulsing through its steel, and then falls silent. The blood inside their veins stirs, not in hunger, but in peace. It has stopped dreaming. It no longer calls for violence or communion. It flows evenly, calmly, remembering what it once was, a river that carries life, not loss. They step toward the place where the doll once stood. The air there feels warmer, as though touched by unseen hands. For a moment, they think they hear her voice, whispering that familiar benediction. May you find your worth in the waking world. But this time, it sounds different. It is not a farewell, but a greeting. The hunter feels their body begin to dissolve, not painfully, but softly, as though becoming mist. The edges of their form blur. The boundaries between flesh and light collapse. The dream begins to fall away around them. The garden folds inward, the sky collapses into itself, and the moon flickers once before fading entirely. Yet the hunter feels no loss. Every fragment of the dream, every flower, every whisper, every droplet of blood remains within them. They carry it all, the entire memory of the world, folded into the stillness of their heart. For a brief moment, they are everything. Maria's silence, Gehrman's sorrow, the doll's compassion, the Great One's longing. Then, even identity fades, leaving only awareness. And in that awareness, the hunter sees the truth of the cosmos laid bare. It is not a vast machinery of gods and fates, but a pulse, a rhythm of creation and release, of memory and forgetting. The Great Ones, for all their power, were only echoes of that rhythm. They dreamed because they could not let go. Humanity suffered because it could not remember without pain. Between them stood compassion, Maria's gift, teaching both how to rest. The hunter feels this balance settle within them, perfect and weightless. Then comes the light. It is not the moon's light, nor the pale glow of blood, but something purer, a brightness that does not blind. It fills the dream from within, illuminating every memory at once. The garden, the clock tower, the sea, the stars, all shining together, all breathing as one. The hunter feels themselves rise with it, lifted, not upward, but inward. The light gathers them, folds them into its heart, and for the first time in countless cycles, the dream exhales. When the light fades, there is no sound, no scent of ash or silver, no trace of blood. The garden is gone, replaced by stillness, and in that stillness, something new begins. Not another dream, not another hunt, but awareness. Soft, infinite, complete. The hunter realizes that they are no longer separate from what they sought. The dream was never a prison. It was a bridge. The blood, the moon, the gods, all were steps toward this. The quiet understanding that there was never anything to escape, only to accept. Somewhere, far away, or perhaps within. The cradle beneath the stars stirs. The great ones, those ancient keepers of memory, feel the hunter's awakening ripple through the fabric of existence. For the first time, they understand the human miracle. To remember without clinging, to live without conquering, to die without despair. They too begin to let go. One by one, their dreams dissolve into light, their vast consciousnesses folding into the same gentle rhythm that now carries the hunter. And then, in that silence, something extraordinary happens. The universe dreams again, but differently this time. No blood, no beasts, no endless hunt. Only the soft pulse of creation, the hum of life, continuing without memory of pain. The stars gleam brighter, the sea gleams stiller, the moon remains only as reflection. The world has been remade not through violence, but through understanding. The hunter, now indistinguishable from the light that birthed them, feels one final heartbeat. It is not their own. It is the world's, slow, serene, eternal. They have become its pulse, its rhythm, its remembrance. They are no longer dreaming. They are what is dreamed. And so, the final awakening is not departure. It is return to the place where all beginnings rest, where all endings wait, where the sea and the sky are the same. The dream is over. The world endures. And somewhere, in that perfect silence, a single voice, neither human nor divine, murmurs across eternity. Sleep now, good hunter. You are remembered. There is a stillness that follows every awakening, a hush so complete that even thought hesitates before it enters. In that stillness, the moon lowers itself, slowly, solemnly, like an old god bowing to something greater than itself. Its pale face, long the witness of all Yharnam's tragedy, dims as it sinks, its reflection fading from the sea and the windows of the dream alike. The light that once haunted the world with impossible revelation softens into dusk. What remains is not darkness, but balance, the space where night finally learns to rest. For ages, the moon had watched without blinking. It had seen the blood flow through every street, seen the beasts howl and burn, seen the hunters rise and fall. It had been both observer and accomplice, its light, the mirror through which the great ones dreamed. But even the moon grows weary. The weight of millennia of remembrance bends its orbit, draws it downward toward the sea that has waited patiently beneath it. The moon's descent is not a fall. It is a return. It seeks what it has reflected for eternity, the depth, the silence, the absolution of water. The sea greets it not with waves, but with stillness. The horizon glows faintly as the two meet, one of air, one of memory. When the first silver edge of the moon touches the surface, the world exhales. The tides shift, not violently, but as though the earth itself is releasing its held breath. The reflection and the reflected become indistinguishable. The heavens and the deep are reconciled. What once was above is now within. It is said that in this union, all boundaries dissolve. Dream and waking, God and mortal, time and memory. Everything that once seemed opposed finds its mirror and is made whole. The blood, at last, ceases its dreaming. Its restless pulse quiets into the steady rhythm of the tide. The nightmares that once tore through the fabric of consciousness dissolve into calm currents. What was once fear becomes remembrance, and what was once pain becomes understanding. The moon's descent is not death, but surrender. In lowering itself, it teaches the cosmos the final lesson Maria began. that mercy is not in the act of rising, but in the willingness to yield. The Great Ones, those distant and incomprehensible beings, follow its lead. Their dreams, stretched thin across the stars, begin to fold inward. The constellations dim. Each light flickers not in despair, but in peace. They are returning to the sea as well, to that same cradle where Kos first dreamed and where Maria once cast her blade. The universe is remembering how to sleep. In the quiet that follows, the world feels smaller, not diminished, but intimate. The vast distance between heaven and earth, between gods and men, has been erased. The stars are nearer now, their light mingling with the mist that rises from the ocean. The air carries the faint scent of salt and rain, touched by something older than memory. To those who remain, if any remain, it feels like standing inside a heartbeat. Every sound, every breath, every ripple carries the same cadence, slow, gentle, infinite. And perhaps somewhere on the edge of that sea a figure stands, or the memory of one. Lady Maria, or what she has become, watches the union in silence. Her form is indistinct, her face serene. She has no need for speech now. Her presence is enough. She is not apart from this convergence. She is its heart. The moon bows toward her. The sea rises to meet her, and between them she stands. The bridge between remembrance and release. The compassion she once guarded within the confines of flesh has become the architecture of the cosmos itself. Her silence has become universal law. No longer defiance, no longer penance, simply truth. The world endures, not because of power, but because of gentleness. The Great One's yearning has been transformed into empathy. The blood's restlessness has been replaced by rhythm. Every nightmare has been resolved not by conquest, but by surrender. And all of it began with her refusal to draw her blade, with her choice to suffer quietly rather than perpetuate the cycle. The universe now moves by that same grace, steady, humble, alive. As the moon sinks deeper into the sea, its light refracts through the water, scattering into infinite fragments. Each fragment drifts downward, glowing softly, settling like ash upon the ocean floor. There, in the darkness, they pulse faintly, like the remnants of old stars remembering their own warmth. In time, they will become new life, not celestial, but terrestrial. The world will begin again, not as a dream of gods, but as the breathing of the earth itself. The dream's pale garden exists now only as reflection. The flowers that once swayed beneath the moonlight now bloom beneath the waves. Their petals shimmer like scales, their roots drinking from the same blood that once drowned humanity in revelation. What was once nightmare has become womb. The hunters' names, long dissolved into mist, are whispered through the currents like lullabies. Rest now, the water says. You are remembered. And still, above the sea's slow churn, a faint light remains. Not the moon, not the stars, but something between them. A soft radiance hovering upon the horizon, the residue of compassion. It is the last echo of Maria's mercy, the unending heartbeat of remembrance. The world will forget her name, but not her lesson. Every birth, every kindness, every moment of stillness that survives the next age will carry a trace of that light. It will guide without command, comfort without speech. It will be the pulse of all that endures. Eventually, even that glow will fade into the horizon. The sky will darken, the sea will sleep, and the world will know silence once more. But it will be a different silence, not the silence of despair, but of fulfillment. The silence of a question finally answered. The silence that says, it was all worth remembering. The moon is gone now, its face submerged beneath the waves. Yet the world is not darker for its absence. It is lighter, softer, more whole. The Great Ones dream no longer. The blood sleeps. The clock has stopped. And in that timeless pause, the universe smiles, not with triumph, but with peace. For the first time since the first drop of blood fell upon the sea, the world rests. And somewhere, far beneath the water's mirrored surface, a single rakuyo lies undisturbed. Its twin blades glint faintly, catching the faint shimmer of a moonlight that no longer exists. Around it, the sea breathes. Above it, eternity listens. All is quiet. All is remembered. All is forgiven. It begins with nothing. No sound, no motion, no division between night and day. The world holds its breath, not in suspense, but in relief. Where the dream once wound itself in cycles of blood and remembrance, there is now stillness so complete it feels like a final heartbeat settling into a rest. The moon has vanished beneath the horizon, and the sea has closed over its silver face. Yet the world is not empty. It glows faintly, as though lit from within by the memory of its own endurance. This is not the end of Bloodborne's story. It is its awakening. For what follows the dream is not sleep, nor oblivion, but continuity. The universe, once fractured by knowledge and guilt, now breathes as one whole being. The Great Ones have become memory itself, not lords of distant heavens, but quiet thoughts folded into the structure of creation. Every stone, every wave, every particle of dust hums with their calm awareness. The blood that once dreamed in turmoil now flows as life, its restlessness softened into harmony. Even sorrow has shape now, no longer devouring, but nurturing. Grief has learned to sing instead of scream. And somewhere within that song, there is her. Lady Maria, no longer bound to flesh or tower, no longer guardian or sinner. Her essence has dissolved into the rhythm of the world she once tried to protect. She is the pause between tides, the silence between chimes, the glimmer of light that touches the horizon just before dawn. Where compassion exists, she exists. Where someone chooses mercy over victory, she breathes. The dream was her monument, but the world itself has become her voice. In this new stillness, what remains of Yharnam lies quiet beneath the weight of centuries. The beasts are gone, their howls reduced to echoes carried by the wind through crumbling arches. The spires of the cathedral lean beneath the vines, their bells long silent, their sanctuaries reclaimed by moss and rain. The blood chalices rest untouched, their crimson light extinguished. Yet even in ruin, the city feels at peace. It is not haunted now, it is remembered. Every stone, every shadow carries the faint warmth of something forgiven. The sea continues its slow breathing, its rhythm unchanged, but its meaning transformed. Once it was the grave of gods, the keeper of curses. Now it is the heart of the world, vast, unhurried, and kind. The body of Kos sleeps within it, her sorrow finally eased. The orphan, born of grief, has found rest within her arms. The water no longer mourns, it cradles. Each wave that touches the shore carries a whisper, not of anguish, but of gratitude. Thank you, it seems to say, though no one remains to hear it. And the moon, though gone from the sky, has not vanished entirely. Its reflection lives within the sea, soft and translucent. A ghost light that illuminates the depths without disturbing them. It is no longer an eye, no longer a god, but a memory. Its glow has become part of the tide, and through that tide, it continues to dream. But the dream now is gentle. A dream without fear, without pursuit, without hunger. The nightmare has been unmade not by strength, but by stillness. In that stillness, a new dawn begins. Not the kind that banishes the dark, but one that joins it. Light and shadow intertwined in balance. The air fills with a slow, golden haze, and the world takes its first quiet breath. There are no hunters now, no great ones, no division between mortal and divine. There is only life, vast and tender. The cycle has not been broken. It has been healed. The dream continues, but its shape has changed. It no longer isolates the living from their memories. It carries them gently, like leaves upon a current. Somewhere within that current, something small begins to bloom. In a shallow pool at the edge of the shore, a single flower opens. Its petals are pale, almost translucent, catching the dawn's light like a fragment of moon. The scent it releases is faint but unmistakable. Ash and silver. The fragrance of compassion, the perfume of the dream. It rises with the wind, drifting across the water, through the ruins, into the wide and silent air. And wherever it touches, something stirs. The faint pulse of remembrance. The echo of a voice once whispered through the endless night. Good hunter, may you find your worth in the waking world. That whisper does not fade. It becomes part of the world's language, folded into the breath of every living thing. Children are born beneath gentle skies and feel an inexplicable calm when they dream. The waves speak softly to the shore. The stars blink like tired eyes finally allowed to rest. Every kindness, every moment of patience, every act of mercy, all of it is her legacy, carried forward not as doctrine, but as instinct. The universe has learned her rhythm. In the deepest reaches of the sea, the Rakuyo still lies undisturbed. Around it, the light swirls faintly, the residue of her choice. The blades are no longer weapons. They have become relics of understanding, their edges dulled by time, their forms softened by coral and sand. They are no longer instruments of death, but of memory. When the currents move, they ring faintly against one another, a sound so delicate it might be mistaken for the sigh of the ocean itself. To the world that listens, it is the chime of peace. Above, the stars realign. They no longer burn in loneliness. Each one shines with quiet companionship, reflecting the balance that the Great Ones and humanity have finally found together. The cradle beneath them rocks gently, carrying not gods, but dreams. Dreams of life continuing without fear, of love enduring without loss. The cosmos hums with a song of compassion, the melody Maria first played in silence. It is endless, but never repetitive. And so the dream closes, not with a scream, nor with a command, but with a breath, soft, slow, complete. The blood has learned to sleep. The gods have learned to weep. The world has learned to forgive itself. The last sound is the sea. It murmurs once, a sound like wind through the petals of the pale garden, then grows still. No tide follows. No wave returns. Just the endless quiet of peace achieved. In that final stillness, a single truth remains, echoing through every particle of existence, that mercy is not weakness, but the final strength of all things, that in compassion lies creation, that silence, when born of love, becomes eternity. The dream ends, the world breathes, and somewhere, across the slow horizon of a world reborn, the memory of Lady Maria lingers, not as legend, not as saint, but as the rhythm of the universe itself. Her silence is its heartbeat, her mercy, its light, her rest, its eternity.